LAN Yun so miserable ill kick. The little Taoist shouted and kicked the middle-aged man's face. Bang! The middle-aged man was directly kicked and screamed. His burly body flew out and hit the stone wall of the valley before he stopped. He lay there and twitched continuously. The crowd looked at the middle-aged man and gasped. The middle-aged man was in a terrible state. Half of his face had exploded, and he was wailing in pain. Many people were shocked. This little Taoist looked very young, but he had terrifying strength. A 5-star Void Emperor. Could not even block one move. Could it be that this little Taoist was an elder? LAN Yun and the other members of the LAN family also had grave expressions. This kid is indeed Lu Ming's companion. Jackals of the same lair. He has publicly injured an expert of the LAN family. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Let's attack together and take him down. LAN Yun roared. Buzz. Whoosh. Immediately, all the LAN family's experts moved. Their figures flashed and they charged towards the little Taoist. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. He was about to start a massacre, but he had to stop now. This was good too. If he killed all the people of the LAN family, it would be difficult for him to enter the Two-World City. If he couldn't enter the Two-World City, he wouldn't be able to enter the Taiqing Heaven region. It would definitely be very dangerous for him to stay in this battlefield for a long time. With this little Taoist making a move, he was too lazy to make a move. Nest, so many of you are beating me up. Your LAN family has really fallen. It will be destroyed sooner or later. Oh kick, the little Taoist shouted, but his hands and feet did not stop moving. His body flickered and his movement technique was extremely fast. He dodged all the attacks from the LAN family's experts and suddenly kicked out. Bang! One of the 6-star Void Emperors was kicked in the face. He let out a blood-curdling scream, and followed in the footsteps of the burly man before him. He was kicked flying. Half of his face had exploded, and he lay on the ground twitching non-stop. Ah, you're despicable, you're shameless, you're shameless. Oh kick, oh kick. The little Taoist continued to shout and suddenly kicked out again. This time he kicked out twice in a row. Bang, bang. The two figures were sent flying, lying on the ground twitching, unable to get up at all for a while. Many people gasped. This was because this time, a 7-star Void Emperor and a 6-star Void Emperor had been sent flying. Everyone understood that this little Taoist's combat power was terrifyingly high. A 7-star Void Emperor was already at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, such a figure could not withstand a kick from the little Taoist. The other members of the LAN family were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Ill kick, 111 kick. The little Taoist shouted and his body flashed in the air as he kicked out continuously. Bang, bang. The remaining members of the LAN family were sent flying one by one, lying on the ground and twitching nonstop. LAN Yun stood there, dumbstruck. It's your turn. The little Taoist looked at LAN Yun with a sneer on his face as he walked towards LAN Yun. You. The upper echelons of Two-World City have a rule that when entering the battlefield, the beings of the Heaven Realm are not allowed to kill each other. You dare to disobey the rule? LAN Yun roared. I didn't kill them, how did one break the rules? Also, what's the big deal even if one kills scum like you? Is it a waste of air? The little Taoist said loudly. LAN Yun was shocked and furious. He quickly retreated, but the little Taoist was even faster. In a flash, he had caught up to LAN Yun. Don't kick me, LAN Yun shrieked. Pa! The little Taoist threw a slap at LAN Yun's face. LAN Yun cried out in pain as his body spun a few hundred times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay there, his body twitching nonstop and his face swollen like a pig's head. I'll satisfy you. Don't kick me, hit me with your hands. The little Taoist priest pouted. The others were speechless. Then the little Taoist's eyes rolled a few times and he said, Scumbags like you specialize in framing others. It's a waste to keep you alive. However, there are rules in Two-World City. I'll spare your lives, but you must be punished. I'll keep your belongings for now, and let you reflect on your actions. When you've reflected on your actions in the future, come and take them back from me. With that, the little Taoist figure flashed, and he took away the storage rings of the LAN family experts. Many people's eyelids twitched. This was too ruthless. They could tell that the little Taoist's safekeeping was just an excuse. He was just looking for an excuse to plunder the treasures. Finally, the little Taoist came to LAN Yun's side. "No, don't take my storage ring." LAN Yun cried out like an innocent young girl who had been bullied. He curled up his body and grabbed the storage ring tightly with both hands. This storage ring contained his entire life savings. All of his belongings were inside. If he lost it, his losses would be extremely heavy. "Why are you holding on so tightly? Who do you think I am? I'm just keeping it for you. How could I possibly steal your treasure?" The little Taoist shouted. No. How could LAN Yun believe the little Taoist's words? Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the little Taoist stomped down twice in a row. One of his feet landed on LAN Yun's face, while the other landed on his crotch. LAN Yun cried out miserably. His body was convulsing unceasingly, his eyes rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth. A heaven's favorite of his generation had ended up like this. This made many people break out in cold sweat. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands. One didn't want to use my hands, but you forced me to use my hands, no, my feet. Why bother? The little Taoist muttered and waved his hand, keeping LAN Yun's storage ring. After putting away the storage ring, the little Taoist's gaze once again fell on LAN Yun's clothes. His eyes lit up as he said, "This set of clothes is made from 1,000,000-year snow silk, right? This is a treasure, and it's a waste to keep it on you. I'll keep it for you." After she finished speaking, she was about to strip off LAN Yun's clothes. "This brother, aren't you going too far? Leave a line in life so that we can meet in the future." Yanxi could not hold it in any longer. He and LAN Yun were friends. "Kid, you want to give me something to safeguard?" The little Taoist glanced at Yanxi. Yanxi's face darkened. "Although you're strong, you can't be lawless." Yanxi waved her hand. Bang! Behind Yanxi, an old man stepped out, exuding a terrifying aura. His body glowed with faint divine light of the world. This was a true emperor. Yanxi had brought a true emperor with her, so she was very confident. A mere one-star illusionary emperor dares to be arrogant in front of me. Fine, 111 safeguard more things today. The little Taoist muttered inside. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared and he charged directly at the true emperor. The other party was furious. He didn't expect the little Taoist to be so despicable. He hadn't even finished speaking and had already launched a sneak attack. Chapter 2197 Fraud. Dandan, the Yen clan's true emperor, unleashed his world force and charged toward the little Taoist. However, the little Taoist's body flickered and then split into 2, then 4, then 8 and finally 16. "I'm kicking, I'm slapping." The 16 Taoist masters shouted together, some kicked and some slapped. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that their legs and palms were all filled with endless runes. Bang! Bang! The Yen clan's true emperor's power of the world was actually broken by the little Taoist. Then the legs and palms of the 16 figures all landed on his face. The Yen clan's true emperor let out a blood-curdling screech, and followed in the footsteps of the LAN clan's members. He was beaten to the ground, convulsing and unable to stand up. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps of shock could be heard. Many people looked at the little Taoist with their mouths agape. This little Taoist's strength was too terrifying. That was a true emperor, and he had been defeated so easily. Yanxi's face turned pale. At this moment, the little Taoist looked at Yanxi. Yanxi broke out in a cold sweat. She forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face and said, "This brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. You've taken a fancy to LAN Yun's treasure, so please go ahead, one won't interfere. Get lost. Now this lord also has his eyes on yours." The little Taoist sneered and rushed towards Yanxi. Then there was another scream. The people Yanxi had brought along, and Yanxi herself were also killed. Then the little Taoist began to plunder, taking away all the storage rings of the Yen family. The most miserable were Yanxi and LAN Yun. Their identities were not ordinary. They were the top heaven's pride experts and were extremely rich. Even the clothes they wore, the things they wore on their heads, and the things they wore on their hands were all rare treasures. Therefore it was naturally taken by the little Taoist priest, under the beautiful name of safekeeping. After that, Yanxi and LAN Yun were stripped by the little Taoist until they were only left with their underpants. The others were really covered in cold sweat. They were secretly glad that they didn't offend the little Taoist. Otherwise, if they were stripped naked in public, it would definitely be a big joke. Many people were mourning for LAN Yun and Yanxi. Today's harvest is not bad. After the little Taoist kept the items, he grinned and muttered. Although he said it very softly, it was still heard by the others, and they all felt their teeth hurt. The little Taoist's gaze swept across the crowd. Then he put his hands behind his back and put on the appearance of a peerless master. These people are too despicable. They forced others to be their test stones and even wanted to kill them in the end. That's why they ended up like this. That's why one say we should be kind. Many people looked at him with disdain. Kind? You're the most unkind one. Of course, no one dared to say it out loud. They were only thinking about it in their hearts. Otherwise, they might end up like LAN Yun and the others. Finally, the little Taoist looked at Ming and said, "Little brat, I don't think you're welcomed here. I think you're a talented man, so why don't you join me? 111 take you out of here, and let you live a good life. How about it?" "All right." Ming nodded without any hesitation. "You're so straightforward?" The little Taoist was suspicious. "It's that straightforward, let's go." Ming smiled, then cupped his fists to Lu Hao and the rest. "Brother Lu Ming will take his leave. Let's go, let's go." With his hands behind his back, the little Taoist stepped into the air and left the valley. Ming followed him. Soon they were far away from the valley. On the way, Ming sized up the little Taoist carefully. He looked at him from the beginning to the end, and then from the end to the end. "Hey, what are you looking at? Don't tell me you have some special fetishes." The little Taoist felt uncomfortable from being stared at. "Have we met before?" Ming suddenly asked. The little Taoist's eyelids twitched and he quickly shook his head. "No, you've never seen me before. Who am one? How can you meet me just because you want to?" "Oh, was it? You look very familiar to me, like an old friend." Ming said softly. "Little guy, don't think too much. It's your fortune to meet me. It's also a great opportunity for you. In the future, follow me and help me run errands. You'll get some benefits." The little Taoist's expression turned serious. He placed his hands behind his back and stood straight, exuding the air of a peerless expert. It was just that he looked too young and tender. He was only a teenager, and no matter how one looked at him, he did not have the demeanor of an expert. "Then one have to thank you." Ming smiled and cupped his fists. Then he suddenly asked, "Dandan, how did you come to the heaven realm from the primordial realm? What kind of person am I? It's invincible throughout the ages, so it's only natural that it knows about the other passageways." At first, the little Taoist was very proud of himself. However, he seemed to have realized something halfway through his sentence, and suddenly stopped. He saw Ming looking at him with a faint smile. "You're Dandan indeed. You, this guy, actually dare to not recognize me when you see me?" Ming's gaze was very unfriendly. Ming, you dare to trick me." The little Taoist gritted his teeth. To be more precise, he was angry. In fact, Ming had his suspicions when he first saw the little Taoist. Although the little Taoist concealed his aura very well, and he could not sense it at all, his character and style of doing things were too similar. Ming immediately thought of Dandan. After the little Taoist had defeated LAN Yun and the rest, a series of events made Ming even more certain that this fellow was Dandan. This also explained why the little Taoist was completely on Ming's side the moment he appeared. If it was someone he did not know, why would he be on Ming's side the moment he appeared? Therefore, Ming left with Dandan without any hesitation. However, this guy wanted to show off in front of Ming, and was immediately exposed by Ming's words. "I haven't seen you for so many years, but your cultivation has grown so fast," Ming said with a smile. He never thought that he would meet Dandan here, and he was also overjoyed. "1. It's the #1 beast in history, the head of the top 10 battle beasts. Of course it'll improve quickly. Unlike you, who hasn't become a divine emperor yet." Dandan cast a contemptuous glance at Ming, feeling smug. In the past, when he was following Ming, his cultivation was often suppressed by Ming. Now that his cultivation was far higher than Lu Ming's, he immediately felt refreshed. Dandan, have you recovered your memory? Lu Ming asked. It's almost there. So you can follow me in the future. I'll bring you to all kinds of forbidden lands and all kinds of treasures. One guarantee that your cultivation will improve rapidly. Dandan had a smug look. Why are you dressed like a little Taoist? Lu Ming asked curiously. I've always looked like this after I transformed. As for this Taoist robe, it's convenient for me to take it with me. It's beneficial for my movements. Dandan chuckled. A quack. Two words popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Dandan was dressed like this, and coupled with his style of doing things, he was a typical quack. By the way, how did you come to the heaven realm? I heard that a group of heaven's favorites came to the primordial realm. But you're not one of them. Furthermore, they're all cultivating in seclusion. Dandan asked curiously. The method to become a Saint Emperor. Lu Ming immediately told him how he came to the heaven realm. So that's how it is. It's a good thing that the passageway has collapsed. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. Dandan's expression turned serious, which was rare. Then, she glanced at Lu Ming and said, You're saying that you're in control of multiple laws? Show me. Lu Ming nodded. Instantly, the laws in it spread out. Dandan was dumbfounded, with a dazed expression. After a long time, Dandan finally reacted. Nest 7 maxims and 2 ultimate maxims. How did you do it? Dandan said with her eyes wide open. So what if there are 7 types of laws? Unfortunately, it's hard to become a Saint Emperor. Lu Ming sighed. It's indeed difficult to become a Saint Emperor. You're a peerless cripple. Dandan muttered and sighed. Dandan, you're always bragging. Don't you know there's a way for me to become a Saint Emperor? Lu Ming asked. You're the one who's bragging. When did I brag? Dandan's eyes widened in anger, then she frowned and thought carefully. After a long while, Dandan said, There have been people like you in the history of the heaven realm, who have mastered many types of nomological laws below the martial supreme realm. However, in the end, no one became a martial supreme. Everyone failed. They either died on the way to a breakthrough by force or died due to the exhaustion of their lifespans. Is there really no other way? I can't accept this. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Actually, it's not that there's no way. Dandan said again. Is there really a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the ancient times, one knew a man. He was a peerless genius, a rare one. He was ambitious and wanted to walk a new path. A path that no one in the ancient times had ever walked. I don't know how he cultivated. Later on, before he became a Saint Emperor, he had mastered many laws. He was invincible among those at the same level. No one was his match. Unfortunately, his path was cut off and he could not become a martial emperor no matter what he did. He spent his entire life studying the secret to becoming a martial emperor. It was said that he finally made great progress in his later years, but it was too late. He did not have much time left, and his potential had been exhausted. In the end, he died of exhaustion. As long as you know the method he researched, it might help you become a Saint Emperor. Dandan said. It's been countless years since the ancient times. How can we find his method? Lu Ming asked. He was not sure. After all, so many years had passed. According to Dandan, the evil god tribe had not attacked the heaven realm yet. That man's family is still here. They live in seclusion somewhere in the Tai Ching heavenly region. When we leave this place, I will take you there. Don't worry. I will treat you well if you follow me. Dandan had a proud look on her face. Lu Ming could not be bothered to argue with Dandan. At that moment he was overjoyed. There was finally a way. As long as he found the method left behind by that senior, perhaps he could really break the shackles and become a Tao Emperor. When are we going out? Lu Ming asked. Don't worry, this is the most famous battlefield in ancient times. There was a terrible war between the heaven realm and the alien race, and many masters died here. Although so many years have passed, there must be some peerless treasures left. It is a rare opportunity, we can't miss it. We will leave after we collect all the treasures here. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He was not in a hurry. Dandan, you didn't also participate in the battle here back then, did you? Lu Ming asked curiously. No, I'm at another battlefield. It's even more tragic there, Dandan said. She seemed to have recalled something, but did not say anything else. The two of them flew all the way, and after a few hours, Dandan suddenly stopped. He landed on the ground, and countless symbols spread out from under his feet. After a while he revealed a happy expression, and said, "There's something up ahead. Haha, do it." Having said that, he sprinted madly with Lu Ming following closely behind. After crossing a few hills, they saw two skeletons under a cliff. One of the skeletons was the skeleton of a huge beast. It seemed to have been left behind by a tiger-shaped divine beast. The other skeleton was in the form of an adult, but it had a huge body that was 4 to 5 meters tall. The human skeleton held a long spear, and pierced through the beast skeleton's skull. The beast skeleton's claw cracked the human skeleton's skull. It was clear that the human-shaped skeleton was an expert from the evil god tribe, while the beast-shaped skeleton was a divine beast. The two experts had died together. Dandan's eyes were burning as she looked at the spear in the skeleton's hand. In addition, there was a fist-sized crystal under the beast-shaped skeleton. The realm core. Haha, so many years have passed, and the realm core is still preserved. As long as it still contains a trace of energy, it's a great opportunity. Dandan grinned and laughed. However, the two of them didn't get close. The things left behind by such a person would probably contain killing intent, and would be extremely dangerous. Watch me. Dandan stomped on the ground, and endless runes spread out. At the same time, he kept waving his hands, and countless runes also flashed. This contains the laws of array Dao, alchemy Dao, and craftsmanship Dao. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Dandan's rune was very profound. It actually combined the 3 types of laws derived from the Dao of inscription. Furthermore, it was a perfect combination and was extremely mysterious. Dandan flickered in the surrounding area, and countless runes sank into the ground. After a moment, Dandan returned and said, "All right, I'm done." Buzz. The ground glowed, and countless runes appeared, forming large characters. It was the word exterminate. These demons of destruction flew towards the spear and the world core. Bang! When the word touched the spear crumbled and turned into dust. Unfortunately, it has lost all its spirituality and has become useless. Dandan shook her head, but the next moment, her eyes lit up. That was because the world core suddenly burst out with light. Kill! Indistinctly, one could hear battle cries coming from the world core. The experts who had died here were all too powerful. Even after such a long time, there was still an undying killing intent. An ordinary expert would definitely not be able to do so. Chi. The word exterminate covered the world core, and began to obliterate the killing intent in it. The function of such a formation was very similar to the formation that the evil god race had set up previously. It was able to wipe out the killing intent left behind by experts. Not long after, the battle cries from the world core disappeared, and the light on it also dimmed. I've succeeded. Dandan was overjoyed. She grabbed the fist-sized world core in the air and grabbed it. Dandan carefully sensed it and said with some pity, "So many years have passed. The energy is almost exhausted, but it's still very useful. Lu Ming, you haven't become a great emperor yet. It won't be of much use to give you the world core. Oh, keep it." Done talking, Dandan was not polite at all and directly put it away. Chapter 2198 Ancient Scripture, Someone's Coming. Suddenly, Dandan looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light flew over, and 8 figures appeared in the sky. Each of the 8 members of the evil god tribe had a powerful aura. When their 3 eyes opened, they were as cold as blades. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 2 skeletons. They must have obtained a treasure. Kill them. One of the evil god race members roared and charged toward Dandan and Lu Ming. Of the 8 evil god race members, one of them had an extremely terrifying aura that far surpassed the Void Emperor realm, and had reached the true Emperor realm. In addition, there were also 6-star and 7-star Void Emperors. The 2 weakest people were 4-star Void Emperors. You dare to have designs on this lord. You're courting death. Countless runes appeared on his body, forming a pair of wings condensed from runes. Lu Ming could sense that this pair of wings contained at least 3 types of laws. Buzz. Dandan's figure disappeared in a flash. Her speed was amazing. Lu Ming, I'll leave the 2 4-star illusionary emperors to you. I'll take care of the rest. Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. He had already charged toward the other party. With a wave of his hand, 6 huge turtles flew out. These 9-6 tortoises were, of course, not living creatures. They were formed from the interweaving of energy and the power of laws. One of them was the largest, and it charged towards the true Emperor Realm Evil God tribe member. The other 5 tortoises flew towards the remaining 5 people, leaving the 2 weakest ones out. The 2 weakest of them were 4-star illusionary emperors. They charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take out his large bow. He did not need a large bow to deal with 2 4-star illusionary emperors. The Sword of Death was formed, and Lu Ming charged toward the 2 evil god tribe members. Die. 2 purple beams of light shot out from the third eyes of the 2 evil god tribe members, and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out 2 times in a row, destroying the beams of light. The 2 evil god tribe members' expressions changed slightly. They took out their weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming and the 2 of them collided. The 2 evil god tribe members trembled, and were forced to retreat. Lu Ming advanced at top speed. The sword light did not stop. In the Sword of Death, different laws trembled continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force. The 2 members of the evil god race tried their best to block a few more moves, but they were completely at a disadvantage. After a few moves, one of the evil god race members was slashed by Lu Ming's sword light, and was almost split in half. A deep wound appeared, and the power of death and destruction madly burrowed into his body, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura began to weaken. These 2 members of the evil god tribe were purple-scaled members of the evil god tribe. They were considered powerful. If they were black-scaled 4-star illusionary emperor evil god tribe members, they would have been killed by Lu Ming with just 2 sword strikes. One of them was injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. The remaining one could not stop Lu Ming. Come and help us. One of the evil god race members roared. But what he got in response was a scream. The other 6 members of the evil god race were in an even worse state. At this moment, there were already 3 members of the evil god tribe who had been killed by dandan. They were all 5-star and 6-star. Bang. Then, a 7-star illusionary emperor's body was pierced by dandan's palm. With a burst of energy, the other party's body was torn to pieces. All of a sudden, there were only 2 people left from the 6 people who were fighting with dandan. One was a 7-star illusionary emperor, and the other was a true emperor. Given Lu Ming's realm, he could not tell what stars he was at, but his strength was very shocking. At this moment, the 2 of them were shivering. You dare to attack me? Kill! Dandan roared loudly. Both of her hands glowed and a huge turtle was formed. This huge turtle was as large as a mountain, and was very familiar with dandan's original body. The giant turtle's size was astonishing, and it filled the entire sky. Then it pressed down like a mountain, completely enveloping the entire region. The 2 members of the evil god race had nowhere to run or hide. They could only take the attacks head-on. The 2 of them unleashed their full power, and 2 terrifying attacks blasted toward the giant turtle. This was especially true for the 1-star true emperor. He was a true emperor and his power was extremely shocking. He was much stronger than a 7-star illusionary emperor, and the 1-star true emperor of the Yin family. However, the 2 of them couldn't resist the pressure of the giant turtle at all. It was like a mantis trying to stop a car. Bang! First of all, the body of the 7-star illusionary emperor exploded. Under the terrifying energy, it turned into ashes. All. The true emperor roared as well. His entire body burst forth with a brilliant purple light, but it was useless. His body trembled, and the ground beneath his feet continued to crack. Bang! In the end, the evil god tribe's true emperor's arm exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Following that, his body started to break apart inch by inch. A powerful true emperor was also killed by dandan. When the 2 4-star illusionary emperor experts of the evil god tribe saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. How could he defeat Lu Ming with this distraction? Lu Ming seized the opportunity, and slashed one of the evil god tribesmen to death. The remaining evil god tribesman was already severely injured and was even more vulnerable. Lu Ming caught up to him in a few steps and killed him with a single slash. Lu Ming, you're not using the law correctly. It's very rough. You don't cultivate any ancient scriptures, do you? Dandan walked over and asked. No one created this magical power myself. It can barely display the power of many nomological laws, but it's not strong. I need to constantly deepen my understanding. Lu Ming said. No wonder. It's a pity. Although you've mastered many laws, you can't fully display the power of the laws. I know a few ancient scriptures, but they're very different from the laws you've comprehended. They're not of much use to you. Dandan said. Ancient sutras could only be comprehended after one cultivated to the martial sovereign realm, as it involved many laws. Whether a martial sovereign had an ancient scripture or not, it would have a great impact on the improvement of his cultivation and combat strength. An ancient scripture would record the comprehension and application of at least 2 laws. A warrior could use an ancient scripture to deduce and comprehend other laws. For example, an ancient scripture recorded the comprehension and application of 3 types of nomological laws. If a warrior had only comprehended one of the 3 types of nomological laws, he could study the ancient scripture and deduce the other nomological laws, or comprehend the other 2. When one cultivated this ancient scripture to large success, the 3 laws would also be cultivated to large success. It was like an ancient scripture that contained the laws of fire, ice, and lightning. Any martial emperor who cultivated the fire law could refer to this ancient scripture and derive the ice law, or even the lightning law. Moreover, an ancient scripture would also have a magical technique corresponding to the law. For example, if Lu Ming could obtain an ancient scripture that recorded chaos, death, array Tao, alchemy Tao, smithing Tao, extremity, and devouring these 7 types of laws, he would be able to cultivate the divine power technique in it, and his strength would increase tremendously. These sacred art techniques were all comprehended by their predecessors. They could perfectly fuse the power of various laws and fully burst out. The more laws an ancient scripture contained, the higher its grade. For example, an ancient scripture that contained 9 types of nomological laws would be invaluable. This was because a warrior could follow this ancient scripture and continue to comprehend and cultivate, directly reaching the great emperor realm without taking any detours. Learning from ancient scriptures was much better than trying to figure it out by himself. For example, Qiuyu did not have any ancient scriptures. Hence, it was extremely difficult for her to comprehend a second law after she broke through to the martial supreme realm. She had only managed to do so after spending several years. The 6 feathered wings in ancient scripture could allow a force to flourish. Similarly, a powerful force could not do without the ancient scripture. With the ancient scripture, the martial emperor realm experts could continue to advance. Otherwise, they would have no direction and would have to rely on themselves to figure things out. That would be much more difficult. For example, Lu Ming was like this now. He could now comprehend any new nomological law as he wished. If he had an ancient scripture, he could follow the records in the ancient scripture and deduce it. That way, his cultivation speed would naturally be much faster. It's a pity that the primal chaos scripture is incomplete. Moreover, I can't go to the primal chaos palace now. At the thought of this, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Back then, Earth One had told him that as long as he defeated the Son of Chaos, he would be able to head to the primal chaos hall and completely inherit it. He had defeated Yuan Xian a long time ago. However, back in the primordial realm, Lu Ming had tried to use the primordial chaos token to enter the chaos hall many times, but there was no reaction at all. If he had the chaos scripture, he wouldn't have to figure it out on his own. Dandan, you've reached the true emperor level? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's performance was extremely ferocious. Even a true emperor realm evil god tribe member had been killed by Dandan. Lu Ming was extremely curious. No, he's only a peak void emperor. However, killing a few low-level true emperors is a piece of cake. Dandan was pleased with herself. She glanced at Lu Ming from the corner of her eyes and said, "Kid, don't think that you're amazing just because you've comprehended 7 types of nomological laws. I'll let you take a look at mine. After saying that, Dandan waved her hand. In the void, the power of laws gathered madly, filling the air with a brilliant light. 1, 2, 3, there were 9 types. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Dandan controlled a total of 9 types of laws. Among them, Lu Ming even saw an ultimate law, which was the primordial chaos law. The other 8 were all King Dao laws. Array Dao, Alchemy Dao, Weapon Dao, Unperishable Flame, Destructive Lightning. Furthermore, some of the laws were extremely powerful. At least 5 of them had already reached the second realm. No wonder Dandan's combat strength was so powerful that she could kill a true emperor, when she was only a peak void emperor. At the sight of Lu Ming's dumbfounded expression, Dandan's vanity was extremely satisfied. She laughed strangely and said, "Kid, do you see? I'm unparalleled in the world. I've already mastered 9 types of nomological laws. And I still have 6 types of nomological laws that have reached the second realm. Let alone the 2-star true emperor just now. I can even kill a 3-star illusionary emperor." Dandan was very proud, with her hands behind her back, looking unparalleled. This fellow. Lu Ming pursed his lips. At the same time, he felt relieved. Dandan hadn't died at all back then. It was just that he had been severely injured, so he had turned into an egg and was finally reborn. Now that he had recovered all his memories, his cultivation speed was naturally amazing, and no one could compare to it. Unlike Bubbles, Bubbles was a brand new life. One had to comprehend it step by step. After being smug for a while, Dandan placed her hands behind her back and sized Lu Ming up. "Kid, since you've comprehended the Tao of crafts, the Tao of arrays, and the Tao of alchemy, I can teach you a magical technique. It won't improve your combat strength much, but it'll greatly improve your ability to escape." "Oh, what kind of divine ability?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Dandan used to be by his side, and was suppressed miserably by him. She had not been able to make a name for herself. Now that her cultivation had finally surpassed Lu Ming and her memory had been restored, she naturally wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming would cooperate with him and let him show off more. When he was comfortable with it, Lu Ming could also gain some benefits. Sure enough, Dandan felt extremely comfortable, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. He took out a jade talisman and started to inscribe on it. Then he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that it was a kind of divine art. The 6-feathered divine wings was a type of divine ability. This divine power technique was made up of 6 types of nomological laws. Only by mastering these 6 types of nomological laws could one cultivate this divine power technique to the highest realm. Of course, 3 of them could also be cultivated, but their power was relatively weaker. These 3 were Array Dao laws, Smithing Dao laws, and Alchemy Dao laws. What a wondrous magical power. Unfortunately, it's not an ancient scripture. It's just a simple magical power, and can't be used to deduce other laws. Lu Ming's heart stirred. "Well, leave this place first. You can slowly comprehend it on the way," Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the 2 of them left the place. Following that, Lu Ming diverted a portion of his attention to travel, while most of his attention was on comprehending the 6-feathered divine wings. A few days later, Lu Ming had gained some enlightenment. With a single thought, the 3 laws of Array Dao, Smithing Dao, and Alchemy Dao filled the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, Lu Ming's speed increased exponentially. He flashed in the void nonstop as fast as lightning, and it was difficult to track his trajectory. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Casting this kind of divine power technique increased his speed by a few times. He had only cultivated with 3 types of nomological laws. If he could control all 6 types of nomological laws, he didn't know how astonishing his speed would be. "I've just finished refining it. As one cultivate in the future, my speed will be even faster. Furthermore, the laws of craftsmanship and alchemy haven't reached perfection yet. If they were perfected, my speed would also increase. Also, the other 3 laws required to cultivate the 6-feathered divine wings are all king path laws. One of them is the penetration law. Should I cultivate this law after this?" Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind. In the end, he decided to take it slow, because the laws of alchemy and the laws of craftsmanship had not reached perfection yet. He planned to cultivate these two laws to perfection first before considering other laws. But even so, his speed had increased greatly, and his ability to survive had greatly improved. Very quickly, a few days had passed. Lu Ming's control of the 6 divine wings had become more and more proficient. In the past few days, they had also made some gains. They had obtained a total of 2 pieces of the realm core. Although the energy loss was severe, some of it was still preserved. For a martial emperor, it was definitely a treasure that could help them improve their cultivation. It was rare for dandan to be so kind this time. She gave a piece to Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming kept it without any hesitation. If he became an emperor in the future, this thing would be of great use. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, dandan said in a low voice. And then her aura was restrained to the extreme. Dandan had also mastered a technique to conceal her aura and change her appearance, which was no weaker than the divine breath technique. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He activated the divine breath technique, and the two of them hid under a rock. Buzz. In the sky, a streak of light flew by at an astonishing speed. What a strong cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The beam of light swept past, but Lu Ming could still see it. It was an evil god tribe member. He was extremely powerful and definitely not an ordinary true emperor. A peak true emperor actually dares to fly at such a fast speed. He's really looking for death. She muttered to Lu Ming via voice transmission. Kill. At this moment, a battle cry rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. Following that, a terrified roar sounded. Chapter 2200. A castle. Lu Ming and dandan quickly walked out from under the rock and looked ahead. In the void before them, a figure appeared with a brilliant light. This was a human, and his killing intent shook the heavens. With a loud shout, the entire sky trembled. He held a battle saber in his hand, and he slashed out at the evil god race being. The evil god race member howled out in anger as he unleashed all of his cultivation. However, it was useless. As the saber light slashed out, the evil god race member was split into 2. After killing the evil god tribe member, the figure stood in the air. After a while, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. It was the mark of an expert that could not be destroyed. When it sensed an expert approaching, it would appear and kill him. Even true emperors will be in danger if they enter this ancient battlefield. It's fine if a high-stage true emperor keeps a low profile, but flying at such a high speed in such a high-profile way is simply courting death, dandan said in disdain. The two of them immediately rushed over and took the true emperor's storage ring and bracelet. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed, but they had gained nothing in these few days. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front. The two of them concealed their auras and flew into the sky. They hid in the clouds and slowly floated forward. Soon they saw a castle in front of them. At this moment, there was a group of people from the evil god race surrounding the castle and attacking it continuously. It was unknown what material the castle was made of, but it looked very old. The gate of the castle was tightly closed, and there was a layer of light on the gate. The evil god race members were bombarding the castle's gate, trying to break it open. There's a castle here? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. They had been walking around for so many days, but this was the first time they had seen a building. The castle that appeared here must be extraordinary. It might be the temporary imperial residence of a peerless expert. Dandan's eyes were already shining. Dandan, do you want to go in? However, there are so many evil god tribesmen in front of us. With just the two of us, we are still far from enough. Lu Ming said. In front of the castle, there were at least 100 members of the evil god tribe. From the way they were attacking the castle's gate, one could tell that there were quite a number of experts, and there were quite a number of true emperor realm figures. There were even high-stage true emperors. This time, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts in. Although it was very dangerous for a high-stage true emperor to be in this region, as they would be detected by the power law imprint and killed, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts in. However, there would always be some lucky ones who would not encounter the mark of a powerhouse. Although dandan was strong, She was no match for a high-stage true emperor. The two of them frowned as they tried to think of a solution. One can set up an absolute killing formation in advance. If one can lure the evil god race into the formation, one can kill them. However, I need to lure them in. Dandan frowned and muttered. Oh, go lure them. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You're going to lure them? No, even though you've learned the 6 divine wings and your speed has increased greatly, he's still not fast enough to escape from a true emperor. Dandan shook her head. Don't worry, what if one attack from 100 miles away? Lu Ming smiled and the large bow appeared in his hands. Dandan looked at the big bow carefully, and her eyes were filled with a fiery light. She said, Fallen Star Bow, this is the Fallen Star Bow. Kid, you actually got the Fallen Star Bow? As she said that, Dandan almost drooled and reached out to grab the big bow. Lu Ming kept it hurriedly and looked at him with a sad expression. You know the origin of this bow? Lu Ming asked. Of course, this bow was famous in the ancient times. It was the weapon of a peerless expert, and was said to be able to shoot down the stars in the sky with one arrow. It's extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the loss of its spirituality is too severe, and it's far from its power back then, Dandan said, but her eyes were still shining with a fiery light. The Fallen Star Bow. Lu Ming muttered. He was already very satisfied. Even though the spirituality was severely damaged, it was enough for him. He could only pull it open a little. Dandan, let's go back and set up the formation. You set up the formation, 111 go lure people. Lu Ming changed the topic so that Dandan would not keep thinking about the Fallen Star Bow. Dandan sighed, lamenting the injustice of the heavenly Tao. Why was it that he was so wise, brilliant, and unparalleled, but his luck was not as good as Lu Ming's? In the end, the two of them retreated and chose a place thousands of miles away. Then they began to set up the formation. Dandan's mastery of runes and formations had reached an unimaginable realm. Any nomological law could be turned into runes in his hands and integrated into the large formation. This was a realm that Lu Ming was far from reaching. An hour later, Dandan shouted, I'll be done soon. This formation is enough to kill a peak true emperor. Go and lure them in. I hope they haven't broken through the castle yet. Lu Ming nodded and dashed in the direction of the castle. Not long after, Lu Ming was 100 miles away from the castle. Lu Ming stood in the air and took out the Fallen Star Bow. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he could shoot from 1,000 miles away if he drew the Fallen Star Bow. However, the power would be relatively weaker. Within 100 miles, the Fallen Star Bow's power could be fully unleashed. Lu Ming pulled the Fallen Star Bow and a rainbow arrow streaked across the void, shooting toward one of the evil god tribe members outside the castle. The speed was too fast, and it was a sneak attack. The other party didn't have time to react. Bang! A 6-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe was shot to death by the arrow. Who is it? The other members of the evil god tribe roared. They swept their gazes and immediately discovered Lu Ming. It's the human race. You're courting death. Some of the evil god race members roared in anger. Lu Ming turned and left. He cast the 6-feathered divine wings and ran at an astonishing speed toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. The castle's main gate is about to be breached. We'll attack the main gate first. One of the true emperor-level evil god race members spoke. They did not pursue Lu Ming. After running for a while, Lu Ming realized that the evil god tribe was not chasing after him. Whoa, it seems that killing one won't work. Let's kill a few more. Lu Ming returned to the past and landed 100 miles away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 3 arrows. This time, the evil god tribe was prepared, but it was still useless. 2 6-star Void Emperors and 1 7-star Void Emperor were severely injured. Damn it, you human insect. You're seeking your own death. You guys come with me and kill him. One of the evil god tribe's true Thearchs bellowed, and led a few high-level Void Thearchs in pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings, turned around and ran. The distance of a few thousand miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom. In the sky, an extremely huge turtle came crashing down. A true emperor of the evil god tribe, and a few high-level Void Emperors were killed instantly. Dandan stepped down from the sky and said, "He's just a one-star true Emperor. He doesn't even need me to activate the formation. Lu Ming, you're not good enough. Lure a few more experts over. How about this? Leave the fallen star bow to me. 111 do it." Dandan's eyes rolled. Lu Ming did not need to guess to know that Dandan was coveting the fallen star bow. Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He said, "There's no need. I'll go and lure them. I'll definitely lure you a few big fish." Luring and killing the evil god race, Lu Ming returned to 100 miles away from the castle. The moment he returned, he was discovered by the evil god tribe. "It's that human ant again. He's not dead. Damn it, the people who chased after him before are most likely dead." Some of the evil god tribe members roared in anger. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away with a sneer on his face. He then stretched out his middle finger and pointed downwards. This provocative action infuriated the evil god tribe even more. Lu Ming then took out the fallen star bow and pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! A rainbow-colored bowstring shot out toward one of the evil god tribe members. The evil god tribe member was a high-stage true emperor. Lu Ming did not kill the Void Thearch. Killing a few more Void Thearchs would not help the overall situation. In the blink of an eye, the arrow arrived in front of the high-level Void Emperor. "You're courting death." The evil god race member bellowed as a destructive light shot out from his third eye, clashing with the arrow. Boom! There was a burst of dazzling light in the sky. The arrow that Lu Ming shot was destroyed. As expected, with his current cultivation level, his arrows were useless against true emperors. He couldn't kill them, let alone high-stage true emperors. However, this action completely infuriated the high-stage true emperor. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to care. He shot a few more arrows in succession, aiming at the advanced true emperors. Of course, they couldn't hurt each other, but they had completely infuriated each other. "You're looking for death. Kill this ant." In an instant, a few members of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 of them, and they were all high-stage true emperors. They were extremely terrifying and had shocking speed. Lu Ming turned around and ran. He flapped his 6 feathered wings continuously and ran toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. However, the evil god tribe members behind him closed the distance between them rapidly. They were both advanced stage true emperors, and their speed was too fast. Even Lu Ming's 6 feathered divine wings were useless as the distance between them was closing rapidly. Fortunately, it was only a distance of a few thousand miles, and he could cover it in an instant. If he was any further, Lu Ming would really be caught up. Even so, when Lu Ming ran to the place where Dandan set up the big array, he was almost caught up by the other party. Lu Ming swooped down and flew along the ground. The other party followed suit and chased after Lu Ming at a high speed. "Brat die!" One of the evil god race members' eyes shone with a terrifying light as he shot a destructive light at Lu Ming. "It's dangerous." Lu Ming was shocked. This destructive light was too terrifying. If he was hit, he would die. As Lu Ming rushed forward, he turned around and drew the bow. An arrow flew toward the destruction light beam, but was destroyed by it. The destruction light beam did not stop and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. "Don't tell me I have to use the Celestial Emperor's sword." Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Lu Ming did not want to use the energy of the Celestial Thearch's body unless he had no other choice. This time, the amount of energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was not much, only a little more than 10%. Once used, it would be easy to exhaust the energy inside. At this moment, the surrounding void lit up, and a turtle shell condensed to block the light beam. Thump! The destructive beam of light struck the turtle shell, and produced a violent boom. The turtle shell was not destroyed and had blocked the destructive beam of light. "We've arrived at the formation." Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this time, Dandan's figure appeared in the sky. His body was filled with endless runes, communicating with the heaven and earth. "Kill!" he shouted in a low voice. Countless runes appeared on the ground and in the air. Then the runes condensed into divine beasts. There were true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and great ROCs. These divine beasts surrounded the 4 members of the evil god race. Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Charge out. One of the evil god race members was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. It's too late to leave now. Dandan sneered. Roar. The true dragon roared as it twisted its body and pounced toward one of the evil god race members. At the same time, the phoenix let out a long cry, the ROC spread its wings, and the Jian stepped into the sky. All of the godly beasts pounced toward the 4 members of the evil god race. The 4 members of the evil god race unleashed their full power and tried their best to resist the impact. The aura caused Ming to tremble. He's so strong. He's at least a 5-star true emperor, or even a 6-star true emperor. Ming secretly clicked his tongue. Back then, in the ancient Moon Sanctuary, Ming had exterminated the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, the Wind clan, and many others. At that time, he had controlled the heaven and earth physical body and felt the power of those advanced stage true emperors. For example, the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan, the head of the Wan clan, the head of the Phoenix Palace, and so on. The strength of these overlords was only SOSO. However, the 4 great evil god tribes' powerhouses were completely no match for the various divine beasts. It was a complete one-sided battle. The arm of an evil god was torn off by the true dragon, and blood splattered everywhere. Following that, the chest of another member of the evil god race was pierced through by the sharp claws of the phoenix. The next moment, the great ROC flew over, and its wings were like blades as it chopped off the head of the member of the evil god race. The battle was one-sided, and it did not take long for the 4 evil god tribe powerful beings to be killed. Ming was secretly shocked. Dandan said that his big array could kill a peak true emperor. It was indeed true. 1 6-star true emperor and 3 5-star true emperors. Haha, the harvest this time is not bad. I think more than half of the peak experts of the other party have come. Dandan laughed. There were more than 100 people on the other side, but there weren't many high-stage true emperors. There were only 6 or 7 of them, and 4 of them had been killed in an instant. After all, it wasn't easy for a high-stage true emperor to come here. It was very dangerous. As long as he could get rid of the opponent's high-stage true emperor, he wouldn't have to fear them anymore. Let's pack up and hide. The other party will most likely send someone over to investigate when they see that these people have not returned. Ming suggested. Dandan nodded and cleaned up the evil god tribe's corpses. The 2 of them then flashed to a mountain valley not far away. Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and absorbed their energy to recover his holy power. He had been drawing the bow and shooting 7 to 8 arrows, which consumed a lot of his saint power. Not long after, Ming's holy power was restored to its peak. However, no evil god tribe had come over. The 2 of them were puzzled. Logically speaking, the evil god race would definitely send people over to investigate if the powerful true emperors had not returned. However, not a single one of the evil god race had come. This was very strange. Could it be that they have already broken through the castle's gate and entered the castle? Ming, let's go and take a look. Dandan said. Ming nodded and the 2 of them flew towards the castle. However, not long after he flew out, he heard intense battle cries. At the entrance of the castle, there was a fierce battle. It's them. From afar, Ming and Dandan could see that the ones who attacked the evil god tribe were LAN Yun, Yanxi, and the other Heaven Realm people. There were more people from the Heaven Realm, more than 200 of them. Compared to the last time they had gathered in the valley, there were many more experts. There were even a few high-stage true emperors, completely suppressing the evil god tribe. Damn it, these people actually took advantage of us. Dandan gritted her teeth. They had killed 4 of the enemy's high-stage true emperors, but these people had taken advantage of them. This made Dandan very unhappy. Chapter 2203 Fishing in Troubled Waters. If they hadn't killed the 4 high-stage true emperors, the people from the Heaven Realm might not have been a match for the evil god race. But now he had completely suppressed his opponent. The members of the evil god tribe were being killed one after another. The evil god tribe's people roared in anger, but it was useless. A few high-stage true emperors were also killed by the Heaven Realm's experts. More than 100 members of the evil god race were all killed. Then the experts from the heaven realm began to bombard the gate of the castle. Boom, boom, boom. The castle's gate kept exploding, and the light covering it flickered. It was much dimmer than before, and it looked like it was going to be destroyed soon. Let's go there in disguise. Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Just what one wanted. Dandan nodded, her eyes flashing coldly. They did not want to let others take advantage of them, especially when LAN Yun and Yanxi were among them. The two of them changed their appearance drastically. They changed their clothes and became completely different people. Then, the two of them flew towards the castle. Who is it? Someone noticed them and looked at them. It's our own people, our own people. Dandan quickly called out. Seeing that they weren't from the evil god race, everyone was relieved. If it wasn't the evil god tribe, it was naturally the people from the heaven realm. LAN Yun's gaze also swept toward Ming and Dandan. I thought it was Ming and the other two. It turns out that it's not them. What a pity. Otherwise I would have crippled them this time. LAN Yun muttered. This time, the LAN family had sent another expert. With an advanced true emperor, he was full of confidence. As long as he met Ming and Dandan, he would definitely make them regret it. The moment he thought of being beaten up so miserably by Dandan, LAN Yun's hatred went crazy. LAN Yun did not avoid it, and Ming and Dandan heard him clearly. Creak. Dandan gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes. Ming knew that Dandan must be up to no good, and was thinking of how to deal with LAN Yun. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the gate of the castle kept shaking and making a loud noise. It's going to be blasted apart. Let's put in more effort. Many people shouted and attacked with even more effort. Heaven realm trash die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Rays of purple light streaked across the sky and rushed over. They were people from the evil god tribe. Furthermore, their numbers were extremely shocking. There were more than 100 of them. They were all experts, and their bodies were covered in purple scales. Previously, Ming had learned from Dandan. The evil god tribe was also divided into different levels. The black-scaled evil god tribe was the most ordinary evil god tribe. Their status was also the lowest, and their combat strength was also relatively weak. As for the purple-scaled evil god race, they were the aristocrats of the evil god race, and their strength was far above that of the black-scaled evil god race when they were at the same level. Above the purple-scaled evil god race, there was the even more noble evil god race, such as the royal race of the evil god race. Their battle prowess was even stronger, and they were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. However, they were extremely rare. The expressions of the people from the heaven realm changed. Quick, blast open the door. Someone roared. Almost everyone attacked, and beams of brilliant light bombarded the castle gate. Boom. With an explosion, the light of the castle gate was destroyed, and the gate opened. Charge in. The people of the heaven realm rushed into the gate one after another. Kill. Behind them, the evil god tribe had also arrived. They followed closely behind the heaven realm's body cultivators and rushed through the gate. Ming and Dandan followed the crowd and rushed into the door. As soon as they entered the gate, they were not inside the castle as they had imagined, but a vast hill with no end in sight. It was like a small world. Behind the castle, there was a small world. Kill. Behind them, the evil god tribe had arrived, and the two groups of people were engaged in an intense battle. Ming and Dandan mixed in with the crowd, and made a symbolic move to fight with the two evil god race members. Ming did not even make a move. He hid behind Dandan because if he made a move, many of the laws would be exposed. Hundreds of people from both sides were killing each other. It was extremely tragic. Experts were killed from time to time, and fell in this area forever. Ming discovered that there were experts beside LAN Yun and Yanxi. They were very powerful and were advanced true emperors. Obviously, the LAN family and the Yan family were both terrifying forces in the heaven realm. They had even sent a high-level void emperor. One must know that it was very dangerous for a high-level void emperor to enter this place. If they were unlucky, they would die. If they were sent in, they had to be prepared to die. If they were not strong or had a deep foundation, they would not dare to do so. Buzz. Buzz. Just as the two sides were fighting, blood-red figures rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw that the blood-red figures were in both human and beast forms. After they rushed over, they immediately pounced on the Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe. Roar! A huge blood-colored wave also pounced toward Lu Ming. Dandan appeared and kicked the blood-red giant wolf away. "It's a puppet," said Dandan. At the same time, Lu Ming could tell that it was a puppet. It was a strange puppet that was filled with killing intent. Its entire body was blood-red, and it even reeked of blood. Moreover, they were not afraid of death and continued to pounce on the people from both sides. The Heaven Realm and Evil God Tribe's experts could only stop fighting and focus on dealing with these blood puppets. Bang! 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 One after another, the crimson puppets were destroyed. Not long after, most of the blood-colored puppets that had charged over were finally killed. However, there were also dozens of corpses left behind from the Heaven Realm and the Evil God Tribe. The two sides gathered in a corner, sizing each other up with cold killing intent. However, he didn't make a move. It was very likely that this was a small world left behind by an unparalleled expert. It was possible that there would be a great opportunity. Both sides had the same thought. He would first search for treasures and obtain opportunities, then kill the other party. Let's go. The first to move was the Evil God Tribe. They rushed forward in the left direction and disappeared into the hills. Then the people from the Heaven Realm also moved. They rushed forward along the right side. Lu Ming and Dandan followed in the middle of the crowd. Roar! Roar! Roars could be heard from time to time. There were some blood puppets moving between these hills. As soon as they saw living creatures, they would pounce at them, but they were defeated one by one. After moving forward for a distance, he still didn't find anything. Let's split up. This way, the chances of us getting an opportunity will be higher. LAN Yun was the first to speak. The others nodded in agreement. Then the Heaven Realm's people split into groups and moved forward in different directions. LAN Yun and Yan Shi led the experts of the LAN and Yin families and headed in one direction. Both of their families had sent their experts. There were high and low-level true emperors. They were very confident and didn't want to go with the others. Let's follow them, Dandan said in a low voice. Lu Ming and Dandan quietly followed LAN Yun. They did not notice at all that they were behind Yan Shi and the rest. Chapter 2204, Help the world behind the castle looked like a small world. The gate of the castle was the entrance. It was also very desolate inside, with not a single blade of grass growing. There were also some crimson puppets scattered around. LAN Yun and Yan Shi brought their family members and gathered together. There were about 20 of them, and there were many experts. Along the way, they killed many crimson puppets. At the same time, he also saw a few skeletons. However, they all belonged to the evil god race, and there were no treasures left behind. These guys still want to deal with us. Unforgivable. They dare to go after my plan. Behind him he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light. Lu Ming touched his nose. He thought to himself, they have been bullied so badly by you. It's no wonder they want to take revenge. However, Lu Ming was also thinking of how to get rid of LAN Yun and the rest without anyone knowing. He knew that Dandan was thinking of a plan and immediately asked, "What idea do you have? Let's lure the evil god race over and let them fight amongst themselves. What do you think?" Dandan suggested. "Great minds think alike. Let's go," he said. Lu Ming smiled. Then the two heroes sneaked in the direction of the evil god tribe. The two of them completely concealed their auras and carefully avoided the blood puppets. Not long after, they saw a group of evil god tribe members, bastard of the evil god race, die. Dandan let out a loud roar and rushed over. Even from a distance, she clapped her hands repeatedly, and countless runes condensed into a few sword lights that slashed toward the evil god race. 2 high-level void emperors and 1 one-star true emperor were killed instantly. From afar, Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot 2 arrows consecutively, killing 2 evil god tribes void thearchs. Heaven Realm trash kill. The evil god tribe was enraged. There was a blood feud between the 2 races, and they would not rest until one of them was dead. Now, Lu Ming and dandan actually dared to take the initiative to kill their people. They were simply courting death. Instantly, the group of evil god tribe members charged toward dandan and Lu Ming. Run! Dandan shouted loudly, turned around and ran. 6 divine wings appeared behind him, and his speed was astonishing. As for Lu Ming, he had already put away the fallen star bow and spread out his 6 feathered divine wings. He flew rapidly in the direction of LAN Yun and the others. Not long after, he saw LAN Yun and the others. LAN Yun, quickly come and help us. Let's kill those evil god race bastards together. Lu Ming and dandan shouted and rushed toward LAN Yun and the rest. LAN Yun and the others were carefully exploring when they suddenly heard a few shouts. Looking towards the source of the sound, LAN Yun immediately wanted to curse. He saw Lu Ming and dandan shouting and rushing over. Behind them, there was a group of evil god tribe members. There were more than 20 of them. You guys, quickly get lost. LAN Yun bellowed. Naturally, he did not recognize Lu Ming and his partner as they had disguised themselves. Lu Ming and dandan did not seem to have heard LAN Yun's words. They continued to shout and rush towards LAN Yun and the rest. When he rushed into LAN Yun's group, dandan shouted, "Kill that evil god race bastard. You're the ones who will die." The members of the evil god tribe roared in anger and started to attack. In their opinion, the people of the heaven realm were all in the same group. Immediately, 2 of the LAN clan's illusionary thearchs were killed by the evil god tribe. The LAN family and Yen family had no choice but to fight back and fight against the evil god race. However, the LAN family and the Yen family had indeed sent many experts. There was 1 advanced true emperor each, and they were all 6-star true emperors. On the evil god tribe's side, there was only 1 6-star true emperor and 2 other 5-star true emperors. They were suppressed by them in an instant. The battle between the 2 sides was unusually brutal, and people were constantly killed. Lu Ming and dandan flickered in the crowd at an astonishing speed, avoiding the attacks. In the end, the Yen clan and the LAN clan's top forces were even stronger. A 6-star true emperor had killed 2 5-star true emperors of the evil god tribe. Then he joined forces with another 6-star true emperor to kill the 6-star true emperor of the evil god tribe. In the end, the 6-star true emperor of the evil god tribe was killed even though he was seriously injured. As soon as the 6-star true emperor died, he was no longer able to resist and scattered. The experts of the LAN family and the Yen family chased after him and killed him. In this battle, they had killed all the evil god tribe members. However, the LAN and Yen families had also suffered heavy losses. More than 10 of them had died in battle, and a few of them were heavily injured. Even the 6-star true emperor had been severely injured and had been counterattacked by the evil god tribe before his death. LAN Yun's and Yen Zai's faces were so dark that they were about to drop. They looked at Lu Ming and dandan with murderous intent in their eyes. It was all Lu Ming and dandan's fault. If the 2 of them had not brought the evil god race, they would not have suffered such a great loss. At this time, figures flickered not far away, and people from the other heaven realms rushed over. They had obviously heard the sound of fighting and rushed over. "Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. We, the people of heaven realm, should help each other." Before LAN Yun and the others could speak, dandan had already spoken. With 1 sentence, she tied them together, making it difficult for LAN Yun and the others to flare up. LAN Yun and Yen, she felt a tightness in their chest and almost vomited blood. Dandan was the first to express her gratitude and tie them all to the heaven realm. There was a rule in Two World City that on the battlefield, the creatures of the heaven realm were not allowed to kill each other. They had to fight against the enemy together. They really could not find a reason to deal with Lu Ming and dandan. Furthermore, there were other people coming. "You two stay away from us." LAN Yun gritted his teeth as he spoke. He then ordered people to keep the storage bracelets left behind by the evil god race's people, and left this place. What a pity, what a pity. Dandan sighed. It was a pity that the evil god tribe's people were unable to kill LAN Yun and the others. Lu Ming also felt that it was a pity. "Why don't we try again?" Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to dandan. "You've turned bad, kid. But one like it." Dandan had a wicked smile on her face. Immediately, The two of them sneakily followed behind LAN Yun and the others. This time, LAN Yun and the rest were much more cautious. They looked around, but Lu Ming and his partner's technique of concealing their aura was too brilliant. They did not notice them at all. After secretly observing for a while, the two of them rushed toward the evil god tribe. After a while, the two of them rushed towards LAN Yun's group while yelling and shouting, "Nest, it's you guys again. Fuck." As soon as LAN Yun saw Lu Ming and the rest, he immediately broke out in curses because he was really very angry. After that, LAN Yun and the others also turned around and ran. This time they were no longer fools. Nest, he actually ran away. "Help!" Dandan screamed and chased after LAN Yun, and the rest with Lu Ming at top speed. "You guys get lost," LAN Yun roared at the two of them. "We're all from the heaven realm, but you guys just watched us die." Lu Ming roared. "Don't drag us down with you if you want to die." LAN Yun bellowed. "Help!" Dandan and Lu Ming chased after LAN Yun, and the others relentlessly, followed by a wave of evil god tribe members. All of their eyes were red, and they wished they could tear Dandan, Lu Ming, and the others into pieces. Mulan, Jian, feiliu, LAN Yun, Yin Shi, and the rest were running wildly in front while Lu Ming and Dandan were chasing after them. Behind them was a string of evil god tribe powerhouses. The three groups of people were all very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed a large forest. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of others, and a group of people flew over. It was the other people from the heaven realm. When they saw the evil god race, they started charging over. When the evil god race saw that the heaven realm experts had increased in number, they did not dare to give chase anymore. They turned around and ran. "What a pity!" Dandan sighed unceasingly. It was truly a pity that they didn't cause LAN Yun and the others any losses this time. "You guys, you're looking for death." At this moment, LAN Yun was extremely furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he led his men and charged towards Lu Ming and Dandan. "What do you want? You want to attack your own people on the battlefield?" Dandan immediately shouted. "You've brought the evil god tribe's people to charge at us time and time again. One suspect that you're doing this on purpose. You're trying to frame us." LAN Yun said coldly. "Bullshit. Daddy here has a grudge with the evil god race. When I saw the evil god race, one didn't want to let them off. That was why one went to kill them. However, there were simply too many of them, so we could only run. To think that we would meet you guys twice. This shows that we are fated." Dandan began to lie through her teeth and talk nonsense. However, the other party could not refute this reason. Was it wrong to kill the evil god race? Was it wrong to run away when you couldn't win? It just so happened to run to LAN Yun's side, so they could only blame their bad luck. You, LAN Yun, Yin Shi, and the others were tongue-tied and speechless. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Their eyes were wide and round. They could not wait to cut Lu Ming and Dandan into pieces. However, now that there were other people from the heaven realm, it was not appropriate for them to do so. "Let's go." In the end, LAN Yun and the others were helpless and could only bring their people and leave this place. It seems like this trick won't work. These guys have learned their lesson. After muttering to himself, the two of them moved forward and began to search the area. "Look, there's something unusual over there." Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. There, he could vaguely see a red light jumping around. It was unusually bright and dyed half the sky red, like fresh blood. Buzz. Whoosh. Obviously, the others had also noticed the abnormality and flew in that direction. "Red light is everywhere. There's a treasure. Let's go." Dandan's eyes were burning, and the two of them also flew towards that area. From other directions, there were also streaks of rainbow light flying over. This was the direction that the heaven realm's experts were searching in. Hence, no experts from the evil god tribe were rushing over. In front of them, there was a huge and majestic mountain. On one side of the mountain, there was a cliff that was thousands of meters high. The red light was coming from the bottom of the cliff. Everyone flew to the bottom of the cliff and found a pool there. The pool was not filled with water, but a bright red liquid, like fresh blood. In the pool, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, covered in a bright red liquid, but his appearance could still be seen. A beautiful woman. Mulan. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He had never expected to meet Mulan here. Mulan was either cultivating or receiving some kind of inheritance. A small blood-red pagoda was suspended above her head, exuding a vast pressure. It was high and mighty, like the might of the heavens. Without a doubt, this small pagoda was definitely a supreme treasure. Treasure, this is definitely a treasure. Many people's eyes were burning with greed. It was the same for Dandan. She was almost drooling as she stared at the small tower. This is the treasure of a powerful existence. Dandan muttered, her eyes shining. She's my friend. Lu Ming quickly sent a voice transmission to Dandan, causing her face to fall. However, at this moment LAN Yun, Yanxi and the others could no longer hold back. This treasure is mine. It's mine. One figure after another rushed out toward Mulan, trying to grab the blood-red tower above her head. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily. He wanted to save her, but it was too late. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang. On the cliff behind the blood pool, there was a cave. The sound of the sword came from the cave. Then, a sword light flew out of the cave at an amazing speed, like a ray of light. A few of them with low cultivation were directly cut in half by the sword light and died on the spot. The others were also blocked by the sword light. Buzz. The next moment, a figure appeared beside Mulan with a crystal-clear longsword floating above his head. Jian feiliu. Lu Ming was once again dumbfounded. The person who appeared next to Mulan was a young man with dashing eyebrows and heroic eyes. He was extremely handsome. It was Jian feiliu, whom Lu Ming had not seen for many years. Back when Lu Ming was wandering in Nine Dragons, Jian feiliu was severely injured by the Wang family and the other family's geniuses. His cultivation was crippled. Later, he entered the blood pool and was taken away by a mysterious person under the blood pool. It was suspected that he was the remnant soul of an expert. It had been many years since they last met. He didn't expect Jian feiliu to still be alive. Not only could he cultivate, but his cultivation had also reached an amazing level. The people he had just killed were all martial sovereigns. Treasure, another treasure. Dandan looked at the longsword above Jian feiliu's head with shining eyes. Buzz. The longsword trembled slightly and emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying sword chi whistled and shot into the sky. This was definitely a peerless sword. It was mostly thanks to this sword that Jian feiliu was able to block so many experts with one sword. The others were also staring at the long sword above Jian feiliu's head with burning eyes. Brat, who are you? How dare you kill our people? People of Heaven Realm can't kill each other on the battlefield. Kneel down and surrender. LAN Yun shouted. I'm not from Two World City. Jian feiliu said coldly. Moreover, you were the ones who wanted to attack me without any explanation. Can't you see that my friend is currently accepting the inheritance? He's still trying to quibble after killing someone. Take him down. LAN Yun roared. His eyes were burning with fire as he kept turning the longsword above Jian feiliu's head, and the small tower above Mulan's head. This was definitely a rare treasure. A treasure left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming roared loudly. Everyone stopped and Lu Ming dashed out. It's you. What do you want to do? After LAN Yun saw Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Previously, Lu Ming and Dandan had brought the evil god tribe to their place and caused them to suffer heavy losses. He had been thinking about it. Dandan quickly set up the formation. Lu Ming first sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Dandan nodded and sneakily walked around. With every step she took, countless runes sank into the ground. Lu Ming's gaze swept across LAN Yun and the rest. Then he pointed at Jian feiliu and Mulan and sneered. I can tell that these two are humans. They are our people. It's too much for you to steal the treasures of your own people. Chapter 2206 Reveal your true appearance. Lu Ming's words made many people's eyes flicker. However, the fire in some people's eyes did not fade at all, such as LAN Yun, Yanxi and a few others. What's too much? These treasures must have been left behind by peerless experts from ancient times. These two are so young, so how can they unleash the power of these treasures? am going to keep these treasures and hand them over to the experts in Two World City. Only in the hands of those experts will these treasures be able to display their brilliance and be used against the evil god tribe. LAN Yun sneered and quibbled. What a joke! Since when have we Heaven Realm experts stooped so low as to snatch away the opportunities and treasures of the younger generation in order to deal with the evil god race? If that's the case, we'll never be a match for the evil god tribe. Lu Ming sneered in response, full of sarcasm. This LAN Yun was obviously greedy and wanted to take the treasure, but he found such a grand reason. What a joke! Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, some of them looked ashamed and took a few steps back. They seemed to be hesitating whether to make a move. Mulan and Jian feiliu were obviously humans. They had clearly violated the rules of Two World City by attacking humans and snatching their treasures in the ancient battlefield. However, there were still some people who were clearly unwilling to give up, and the greed in their eyes became even stronger. Brat, it's no use even if you have a glib tongue. It's a waste to give these treasures to them. It's such a waste of heavenly resources. Today, I'll definitely take these treasures and give them to the experts of Two World City. LAN Yun continued, not backing down in the slightest. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This LAN Yun was really despicable and shameless. LAN Yun, since you say so, then hand over all the treasures and various resources on you. Those treasures and resources are also a waste on trash like you, so it's better to give them to stronger people to use. Lu Ming sneered. What did you just say? Killing intent burst out from LAN Yun's eyes. Lu Ming actually called him trash. I said you're a piece of trash. Can't you hear me? Hand over all your treasures and resources to me. It's a waste to give them to you anyway. Lu Ming added. Haha, what a joke. So you're saying that you're very strong? LAN Yun laughed out loud. He was a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven Realm. Before he became an emperor, he was a son of Heaven. Lu Ming actually called him trash. Brat, you provoked me first. If I don't break your 4 limbs today, my name isn't LAN Yun. LAN Yun shouted angrily. If it's not blue cloud, then green cloud will do. There's a patch of green on top of my head. Lu Ming was talking nonsense with him mainly to stall for time, so that dandan could set up the array. At this moment, dandan was quietly shuttling through the crowd, and one rune after another was buried into the ground. Brat, I'm going to cripple you. LAN Yun was so furious that he pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings, and a pair of transparent wings appeared. In a flash, he dodged LAN Yun's attack. Buzz. Whoosh. LAN Yun launched a storm-like attack. However, Lu Ming's 6-feathered divine wings were too fast, and he dodged all of LAN Yun's attacks. Lu Ming did not fight back. Naturally, he was stalling for time to buy time for dandan to set up the array. In the blink of an eye, LAN Yun had made hundreds of moves, but he did not touch Lu Ming at all. Many people were shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. He was completely fine under LAN Yun's violent attacks. Didn't you say it was very strong? If you have the ability, then fight me head-on. LAN Yun bellowed. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him, and continued to dodge with his movement technique. After dozens of moves, the blue cloud still did not touch Lu Ming at all. LAN Yun 111 help you. At that moment, Yanxi dashed out and launched an attack at Lu Ming. LAN Yun and Yanxi were both 3-star illusionary emperors. Moreover, both of them were top geniuses of the Heaven Realm. They had mastered one of the strongest laws, and had cultivated it to the 2nd realm. In addition, they had also mastered other laws. Their strength was very shocking. The two of them joined forces and attacked Lu Ming from 2 directions. It was not so easy for Lu Ming to dodge them completely. Boom. LAN Yun, who was behind Lu Ming, struck out a palm. This palm was as fast as lightning and as swift as thunder. Its power was shocking. At the same time, Yanxi also launched an attack. He slashed out layers of saber light, which enveloped Lu Ming in 3 directions. In this case, Lu Ming had nowhere to run. Lu Ming, I'm done. At this moment, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It was dandan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Boom. At that moment, the aura on his body burst forth. 7 types of laws glowed with different lights and flickered on Lu Ming's body. A giant hammer appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This was his original divine power, the hammer of chaos. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Ming swung his hammer 4 times in a row, blasting in all directions. Immediately, the saber light that Yanxi was slashing at Lu Ming shattered. His body trembled violently and he retreated continuously. Boom. One of the hammers struck LAN Yun's palm, erupting with a massive boom. LAN Yun's body also trembled and retreated. It's you? The primordial realm's peerless trash, you're Lu Ming. LAN Yun roared. Lu Ming attacked with all his might, and 7 types of laws burst forth. LAN Yun immediately recognized Lu Ming. What? A peerless trash body of the primordial realm? It's him. At the scene, many people reacted. Back then, when the prodigies who went to the primordial realm returned, they said that a peerless cripple had appeared in the primordial realm. He hadn't even become a sovereign, but he had already mastered 2 supreme laws and many king path laws. This matter had spread widely among the heaven realm's prodigy circle, and many people had heard of it. Jian feiliu had the biggest reaction. His body shook and he looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. He was shocked by the 2 words Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, that's me, your grandpa. Lu Ming laughed heartily, revealing his true appearance. Seeing Lu Ming's face, Jian feiliu's eyes lit up. He was shocked, surprised, and in disbelief. He had come to the heaven realm and acknowledged a terrifying expert as his master. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years, and he had made rapid progress. Naturally, his vision had also become much higher, far from what it was before. But he never expected that a friend he made in the divine wilderness continent's East Baron would be able to come here. At the same time, his combat strength was also shockingly strong. This was really out of his expectations. Brother Lu, let me help you. Jian feiliu shouted as the long sword above his head kept buzzing. No need. You protect senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you've killed a member of the LAN family. You'll pay the price today. Attack. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. LAN Yun roared and asked the other members of the LAN family to attack. At that moment, the true emperor from the LAN family moved. He exploded with a terrifying aura and pressed down on Lu Ming. Shameless guy, watch me. At this moment, Dandan shouted and waved her hands, and dense runes appeared on the ground. The runes condensed into chains. Each chain was as thick as an arm, and they swept towards the experts of the LAN family. Chapter 2207 Abusing LAN Yun. Again Dandan made her move. She controlled the formation and formed chains that bound the experts of the LAN and Yin families. Those figures at the empty emperor realm could not resist at all. They were bound by the chains and could not move no matter how much they struggled. LAN Yun and Yanxi were also entangled. It's you, you deserve to die. LAN Yun bellowed in rage. He recognized Dandan, and his eyes turned red. They struggled madly, but it was of no use. They were tightly bound by the chains. Boom. Boom. The LAN family's true emperor struggled madly, trying to break free. However, a low-level true emperor wasn't of much use. The chains were getting tighter and tighter. Relying on numbers to win, is it? Let's see how you're going to win by numbers. Lu Ming stepped on the air and walked toward LAN Yun and the rest. Lu Ming, you dare to touch me? LAN Yun bellowed. Even now you still dare to be so arrogant. You're really stupid. Lu Ming came to the top of LAN Yun's head and stomped on LAN Yun's face. Bang. LAN Yun's face was firmly stepped on by Lu Ming, leaving a shoe print. Oh! LAN Yun roared in embarrassment and anger. The last time he was stepped on by Dandan, his face exploded and his teeth flew out. Now that his injuries had recovered, he was stepped on by Lu Ming again. Since he was young, he had always been a proud son of the heavens. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, during this period of time, in just a few days, he had been continuously stepped on the face. He really wanted to vomit blood. What are you shouting for? It's really fucking unpleasant to hear. Lu Ming was filled with disdain and stepped on LAN Yun's face again. This kick directly caused LAN Yun's face to swell up, and his teeth fell out, flying out. LAN Yun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A portion of it was blood from his teeth falling out, while the other portion was blood from anger. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Everyone, this person is lawless and lawless. Let's attack together and take him down. LAN Yun roared, summoning the people from the other heaven realms. However, the others looked at each other, and no one made a move. Ming did not kill anyone, and did not hit anyone hard. He did not break the rules. Furthermore, quite a few people were competitors with LAN Yun. Seeing LAN Yun being abused, they couldn't even wait to be happy. Why would they stand out? At this moment, even Yanxi shut up and behaved herself, afraid that Ming would target her. You still dare to shout again. Ming stepped on LAN Yun's face again. Ow. LAN Yun wailed. Unfortunately, his entire body was locked up by chains. He stood there upright and was completely unable to move. He could only be stepped on passively. Kill this kid, quickly kill this kid. LAN Yun bellowed. Boom. One of the LAN family's 6-star true emperors wasn't chained up. He was still fighting against the chains. At this moment, the world energy on his body began to burn, and all sorts of law energy exploded with shocking power as it attacked the chains. A 6-star true emperor was simply too powerful. In order to break through to the true emperor realm, one had to have a strong world force, a stable small world, and a law. To break through to the true emperor realm, one had to reach the second realm of 3 laws. One could only imagine how terrifying the laws that a 6-star true emperor could control were. For a moment, the formation chains condensed by dandan actually could not lock the other party. It wasn't that dandan's formation wasn't strong enough. If she was given an hour to set up the formation, she could even lock a peak true emperor, let alone a 6-star true emperor. However, the time given to him just now was too short. LAN Yun's eyes lit up. Brat, you're finished. I'm going to cripple you and break your 4 limbs. LAN Yun roared madly. He hated Ming to the core. You talk too much nonsense. Ming continuously stomped on LAN Yun's face. His face almost exploded. He was no longer human, and could not even recognize him. Then the fallen star bow appeared in Ming's hands. He suddenly pulled the fallen star bow, and a rainbow arrow appeared. Buzz. Ming released his grip, and the bowstring vibrated. It was so loud that people's eardrums were buzzing. The 7-colored arrow suddenly flew out, and shot toward the LAN family's 6-star true emperor. At such a close distance, the power of the fallen star bow was unleashed to its maximum. However, a 6-star true emperor was too strong. He roared and released sound waves from his mouth. The sound wave contained many different laws and charged toward the rainbow arrow. The arrow was blocked. It trembled in the air, hitting the sound waves, but in the end, the arrow still shattered. Lock it! Dandan shouted and waved her hands continuously. Countless runes filled the air, and more chains appeared, entangling toward the LAN clan's 6-star true emperor. In order to resist Ming's arrow, the LAN family's 6-star true emperor had split a bit of his strength, and was almost bound by Dandan's chains. Again, Ming pulled the bowstring once again. The surging holy power was constantly surging into the bow. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot toward the glabella of the LAN clan's 6-star true emperor. Ming, let me help you. On the other side, Jian feiliu called out. He waved his hand and the long sword above his head trembled. It turned into a sword light and slashed toward the LAN clan's 6-star true emperor. The power was extremely shocking. The LAN clan's 6-star true emperor roared and tried his best to resist. He waved his arms continuously and released a terrifying force to resist the chains around him. Ming's arrows, and Jian feiliu's sword light. Bang! Bang! With a loud bang, the arrow was broken and Jian feiliu's longsword was also hit and flew back to Jian feiliu's head. However, the LAN family's 6-star true emperor was too distracted in order to resist Ming and Jian feiliu's attacks. In the end, Dandan seized the opportunity and countless chains flew toward the LAN family's 6-star true emperor madly. The other party was at a disadvantage. A few chains wrapped around the LAN family's 6-star true emperor's body, causing his movements to slow down. LAN Yun's heart sank. However, at this moment, rays of purple-red light shot over from the distance. It was an expert from the evil god tribe. Clearly, the evil god tribe's powerhouses had also been attracted by the red light emitted by Mulan's body. Lu Ming's expression changed. Jian Feiliu's expression also changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, the people from the evil god tribe arrived. They saw Mulan sitting cross-legged in the pool with a single glance, and their eyes emitted a fiery glow. Take the treasures. We can't let the people from the heaven realm get them. Someone from the evil god race spoke. All of a sudden, the members of the evil god tribe charged toward Mulan. Damn it! Lu Ming bellowed. He drew the fallen star bow and shot a few arrows in succession. Bang! Bang! A few members of the evil god race were shot to death by Lu Ming in the air. At the same time, Jian feiliu also controlled the long sword above his head to slash at the evil god race. However, there was a terrifying expert from the evil god tribe who punched out and sent Jian feiliu's long sword flying. Jian feiliu's face turned pale, and he almost spat out blood. Although his long sword was powerful, his cultivation was not high enough. He was only a 2-star void emperor, so he could not fight against those true emperor realm experts. Chapter 2207 characters from the same era as Dandan. Dandan also made a move, but she couldn't block it at all. You're looking for death. Some of the evil god clansmen had their eyes on Lu Ming, and were charging toward him. Haha. He deserves it. LAN Yun laughed heartily in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he began to struggle, wanting to break free from the restraints of the chains. Boom. The LAN family's 6-star true emperor finally broke free, and came to LAN Yun's side to protect him. Let's attack together and kill the evil god race. We can't let the evil god race get their hands on the treasures. Dandan shouted and urged the others to take action. Many people looked at each other and made their move. There was nothing they could do about the evil god race. They were their common enemy. No matter who got their hands on the treasure, they could not let it fall into the hands of the evil god race. However, the Heaven Realm's people were too late. Some of the evil god tribe's powerhouses had already gotten close to Mulan. Jian feiliu was the only one beside Mulan, so he couldn't stop her at all. It seems like I can only use the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Lu Ming had a sudden thought. Just as he was about to use the Celestial Thearch's body, a layer of radiance suddenly emanated from the cave behind Mulan and Jian feiliu and blocked them. Boom. The experts of the evil god race had arrived. Their terrifying attacks slammed into the light. However, the light did not move at all. Not even a ripple was produced. Master! Jian Fei was overjoyed. Then a figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with a head full of white hair. He wore a gray robe and had a cold expression. No one could sense any aura from him, nor could they tell his cultivation level. He was just like an ordinary person. However, after he swept his gaze over them, everyone's hair stood on end. It was a terrifying sight. Not good, let's go. One of the evil god tribe's high-stage true emperors had a look of fear on his face. He let out a loud roar and retreated frantically. Evil god race kill. The gray-robed elder said coldly. As soon as he opened his mouth, many long swords appeared in the air and shot out. All of the evil god tribe members had their foreheads pierced through. Whether it was the illusory emperor or the true emperor, under the sword light, there was no difference. They were like babies, unable to withstand a single blow. All of a sudden, all 100 or so members of the evil god race were completely annihilated. CSI? On the side of the heavenly realm, everyone gasped. This gray-robed elder was definitely a terrifying expert. He was at least at the great emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a high-stage true emperor so easily. However, how did a great emperor realm expert come here? Could it be that the other party had been living here all this time? However, one thing was for sure, the other party was from the heaven realm, a friend and not an enemy. So it's this guy. This guy is actually not dead yet. Dandan came to Lu Ming's side and muttered softly. You know him. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Wondu. We've met once before. However, he's just a junior. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me senior. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and started to brag again. However, Lu Ming was still very shocked. It was obvious that this was a figure from the same era as Dandan, an ancient powerhouse who had lived until now. It was obvious that the other party had not died after the battle that year. Master. Jian feiliu saluted the old man respectfully. And the gray-robed old man nodded, then looked at the people from the heaven realm and said in a cold voice, "You all can leave this place, this is this old man's cultivation ground." It's senior. Some people cupped their fists and did not dare to say anything more. They bowed to the old man and turned to leave. Master, these two are my friends. Jian feiliu pointed at Lu Ming and dandan. Can they stay? The gray-robed old man swept a glance at dandan and Lu Ming, especially at dandan a few more times. Senior, can you allow me to take the two of them away? LAN Yun spoke. At this moment, he had already broken free from the chains with the help of his subordinates. He understood that he would not be able to get the treasure, but he did not want to let Lu Ming and dandan off just like that. He wanted to take them away. Get lost. The gray-robed old man's reply was only one word. Senior, I'm the descendant of the LAN family. Please give me some face. LAN Yun cupped his fists. Get lost. This time, the gray-robed old man's voice was even colder. A powerful force burst out with the word scram and gushed toward LAN Yun and the others. The expressions of LAN Yun and the others changed drastically. Their bodies were sent flying and they fell to the ground, each of them spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the 6-star true emperor didn't have the power to fight back. Young master, let's go, let's go. The 6-star true emperor took LAN Yun and the group of people and retreated in a sorry state. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, evil swordsman, long time no see. One didn't expect you to still be alive. After the people from the heaven realm left, dandan laughed and walked over to greet the gray-robed old man. Jian feiliu was dumbfounded. The gray-robed old man glanced at dandan coldly and said, "It's you cowardly fellow. You really didn't die. It's true that good people don't live long, while scoundrels live for 1,000 years. Hey you, what are you saying?" Dandan was displeased, her eyes wide open. The gray-robed old man no longer paid attention to dandan. His figure flashed and he entered the cave. Ha! Lu Ming laughed heartily. Brat, what are you laughing at? Dandan glared at Lu Ming. He had just bragged that the gray-robed elder was his junior. Now he was being treated like this by the gray-robed elder. He really could not bring himself to lose face. Sigh, people's hearts are not what they used to be. Seeing that my cultivation is low now, I'm no longer the same as I was in the past. This attitude is so sad and lamentable. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming. Long time no see. At this moment, Jian feiliu walked over and greeted Lu Ming. It's been a long time indeed. It's been more than 10 years, almost 20 years. Lu Ming said, sighing that time had passed too quickly. It had been such a long time since they last met. Fortunately, Jian feiliu was not only fine, but his cultivation had also skyrocketed, and he had become a monarch. It was really hard to predict. This senior is. Jian feiliu looked at dandan with a respectful expression. Dandan actually knew his master, so he naturally regarded dandan as a senior expert. I am the invincible. Dandan placed her hands behind her back and began to brag. Lu Ming immediately interrupted him. He's just a quack. He brags all day. Ignore him. What? Lu Ming, what did you just say? Dandan was unhappy. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Ming. That's right, brother Jian. What happened to you back then? Also, senior sister Mulan, why is she here? What's her condition now? Lu Ming asked a few questions in succession. He was indeed full of questions. Mulan is your senior sister? Jian feiliu was surprised. That's right, she's my senior sister. Previously, there was a change in the divine wilderness continent and a passageway appeared. 6 years ago, senior sister Mulan stepped into that passageway and never returned. One stepped into that passageway not long ago as well, and that's how I ended up here. Lu Ming briefly explained the matter. The evil god tribe's goal. Lu Ming briefly explained how he came to this place. Jian feiliu also briefly explained his experience. It turned out that when Jian feiliu's cultivation was crippled, and he was on the verge of death, he was taken away by a mysterious man after entering the blood pool. That mysterious man was his master, the gray-robed elder, the evil swordsman that Dandan had mentioned. According to what Jian feiliu said, the passageway to the divine wilderness Nine Dragons City had already cracked a little. Evil swordsman had brought Jian feiliu here from the blood pool to cleanse his meridians and marrow before cultivating evil swordsman's unique sword Dao. The cultivation conditions for evil swordsman's unique sword Dao were very strange. When Jian feiliu's cultivation was crippled, it just so happened to fit evil swordsman's unique sword Dao. All these years he had been cultivating here with evil swordsman, and his cultivation had progressed at a lightning speed. Now he was already a 2-star illusionary emperor. Ming nodded. Evil swordsman was definitely a very powerful existence. In ancient times he knew Dandan and was able to participate in the Great War back then and survive. This was enough to show his strength. It was normal for Jian feiliu to improve so quickly under the guidance of such an expert, and in the heaven realm, which was a good cultivation environment. Senior sister Mulan, what's going on with her? Ming's gaze shifted to Mulan. 6 years ago, Master saved Miss Mulan at the entrance of the passage. Miss Mulan resonated with the inheritance of a friend of Master by chance and inherited that senior's inheritance. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Jian feiliu said. 5 years? You're saying that senior sister Mulan has been like this for 5 years? Ming asked. That's right. According to Master's speculation, Miss Mulan should be waking up soon, Jian feiliu said. Ming nodded. He was prepared to wait here for Mulan to wake up. Next, Ming and Dandan stayed here. Time passed day by day. The Taiqing heavenly region was adjacent to the Hunyuan heavenly region. The passageway between the two heavenly regions had long become a battlefield. The two worlds had been fighting for many years and countless bones had been buried. On one side of the battlefield was the Taiqing heavenly region. The two-world city was situated there, blocking the entrance to the Taiqing heavenly region. On the other side of the battlefield was the territory that the evil god tribe had occupied. There were many strange and malevolent-looking buildings here, and countless powerful beings of the evil god race were gathered here. Within one of the buildings, a group of evil god race members were having a meeting. Most of the evil god tribe members were covered in purple scales, and only a few of them were covered in black scales. Each and every one of them had extremely terrifying auras, and they were all terrifying experts. The most shocking thing was that there was a member of the evil god tribe at the very top. This member of the evil god tribe's body was almost the same size as a normal human, but he was slightly taller than a human. He was about 2 meters tall, and there were no scales on his body. However, there was a third eye in the middle of his brows. He had a head full of purple hair, and he was extremely eye-catching. This was the royal clan of the evil god tribe. The patriarch has sent another message. The passage is not completely sealed, and there is still hope of breaking it. Therefore this time we must break the passage no matter what. Once we have that passage, our army can go straight to the primordial realm. Then, through the primordial realm, we can enter the Taiqing heavenly region and destroy the heaven and Yuan worlds in one fell swoop. You guys send your men into the battlefield. The royal member of the evil god tribe gave the order. Yes, at all costs. The members of the evil god tribe acknowledged the order. Not long after, many figures flew towards the battlefield, towards the ancient battlefield where Ming and the others were. There was no lack of great emperors among them. The heavenly emperor realm figures did not dare to enter, because once they entered they would attract all the marks and be hunted down by all the marks. Unless one's cultivation was at a certain level and not weaker than those peerless experts in the past, they would not be afraid of those marks, such as the few old ancestors of the evil god race. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Ming had been cultivating while waiting for Mulan to wake up. One day, while Ming was cultivating, a shadow flashed in the cave and a figure appeared. It was Evil Swordsman. Evil Swordsman hadn't shown up in the last half a month. According to Jian feiliu, his master was severely injured in the ancient battle. He was lucky that he didn't die. His cultivation and battle strength were no longer what they used to be. He had been in seclusion to heal his injuries all these years. Why did he suddenly appear now? Evil Swordsman raised his head and looked at the sky. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. And after a long time he sighed. It seems that the passage hasn't completely collapsed or been sealed. It can still be opened. A passageway? Ming could not help but feel worried when he heard that. He asked, Senior, the passage you mentioned, do you mean the passage that leads to the primordial realm? That's right, little guy. You must have come here from the primordial realm through that passage, right? Evil Sword Guest said. That's right, Senior. Could it be that the evil god tribe is going to enter the primordial realm through that passageway? Immediately, Ming was extremely worried and his heart was in his mouth. If the evil god tribe were to enter the primordial realm through that passageway, the divine wilderness continent would be finished. It's not that easy, you guys see. Evil Swordsman waved his hand, and an image immediately appeared in the air. Many figures shuttled through the air. They were all members of the evil god race. Suddenly, light filled the air, and a figure appeared. It was the mark of a peerless expert. Kill. The moment the mark of this unparalleled expert appeared, his killing intent soared into the sky. Wielding a long spear, he pierced through the void and instantly killed 7 to 8 evil god race members. After that, the long spear swept out once more, and a terrifying figure exploded in the air. That is, the evil god race at the Emperor realm. Ming was shocked. The last member of the evil god race that had been blown up was definitely at the Great Emperor realm. However, he was still unable to block the attack from the mark of the expert. Spread out. The evil god tribe members roared and flew in all directions. The mark of that peerless expert continued to pierce out with the long spear, killing a few of the evil god tribe's experts. However, the rest of the evil god tribe managed to escape. This is just a corner. This time around many experts from the evil god tribe have entered, and there are no lack of great emperor realm figures. Their goal is that passageway. Look again. Then, evil swordsman waved his hand again, and the scene changed again. On the screen, a void appeared. The space in that area was extremely unstable. From time to time, a spatial crack would appear and disappear. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying. Not far away in the void, there were many figures standing in the air. All of them were powerful beings from the evil god tribe. Some of the evil god race members were attacking the unstable void, and some of them were setting up arrays. Could this be the passageway from before? Ming made a guess. That's right, this is the entrance to that passage. An astonishing battle took place there, and the passage was destroyed, but it wasn't completely sealed. There's still hope of opening it. Evil Sword Guest said. Senior, what's going on? Why is there a passage here? Ming was puzzled and he felt more and more anxious. Must stop. Ming was full of doubts. There was a passageway there that led to the divine wilderness continent. Furthermore, why was the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the 9-dragon veins suppressing the divine wilderness continent? Why did the divine 9-dragon cauldron fly away separately previously? Ming asked all his doubts. This is, evil swordsman muttered to himself for a moment. That passage was naturally formed when the Heaven and Yuan worlds first opened. Naturally formed? Ming muttered. That's right. A naturally formed passageway is completely different from a man-made passageway. It's very difficult to seal a naturally formed passageway completely. Even if it's sealed, it will slowly open itself as time passes. It's like forcefully tearing a crack in space or opening a passage. The space will quickly heal and repair itself. A naturally formed passage is the opposite. If you want to seal or suppress it, it will naturally open and return to its original state. Evil Swordsman explained. Ming understood now. A naturally formed passageway was naturally formed. It was fixed forever, just like any space. You have the ability to tear apart any space, but that space will quickly recover. It was the same for the Khanate passage. If you sealed it, it would naturally open. That passageway leads to the primordial realm. Hence, in ancient times, it became an important place for the evil god tribe to attack. That's why a peak-level battle occurred here, and a large number of peerless experts died in battle. After that, the 9 dragons, one of the top 10 battle beasts, entered the primordial realm, and sealed the other end of the passage. On the side of the heaven realm, There were also experts who sealed the passage on this side. However, that passageway is a passageway formed from the upper sky. No matter how it is sealed, it will slowly restore itself. Even if the person who sealed it is a rare peak expert, it can't be sealed forever. After so many years, the seal finally can't completely seal the passageway. The passageway is slowly opening. Evil swordsman's words made Lu Ming suddenly see the light. Many things that he could not figure out in the past were now clear to him. He finally understood what the divine nine-dragon cauldron and the nine-dragon veins were for. They were used by the nine dragons to seal the passage. He used to think that the divine nine-dragon cauldron just happened to have the same name as the nine dragons. Now it seemed that it was clearly a treasure of the nine dragons. More than 10 years ago, the passageway slowly returned to its original state and was no longer sealed. This was why the primordial qi became denser when the divine wilderness and heaven were connected. The reason why the divine nine-dragon cauldrons had flown to the heaven realm was probably to stall for time. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons had flown to the heaven realm to prevent the aura from spreading, and for the evil god tribe to detect it. As expected, evil swordsman continued to speak. Some time ago, the evil god tribe finally discovered the abnormality of this passageway. They sent out a few terrifying experts in an attempt to completely occupy that passageway, and had a huge battle with the experts guarding the entrance. In the end, the experts guarding the passageway and the treasures left behind by the nine dragons wanted to destroy that passageway. From the looks of it now, it hasn't been completely destroyed. Senior, can the passageway be completely destroyed? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, it can only be destroyed for a short period of time. After a period of time, it will recover automatically. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to seal it back then. Evil swordsman shook his head and sighed. Then, what should we do now? Lu Ming was really anxious. This involved the safety of his parents, relatives, and friends. He could not stay calm. This passageway must not be occupied by the evil god tribe. Otherwise, all the efforts of everyone over the ages will be in vain. Evil swordsman said, his voice cold and full of killing intent. Senior, we can send the news to Two World City. They won't sit by and do nothing. Lu Ming suggested. This was not only related to the primordial realm, but also to the heaven realm. Once the evil god tribe entered the primordial realm, they would enter the hinterlands of the supreme pure heaven region through the passageway of the primordial realm. Then the heaven realm would be completely finished. The people who came in before are all from Two World City. Pass the news to them, and let them pass the news to the people of Two World City. Evil swordsman nodded. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. Mulan, who had been quiet all this while, finally made a move. The small tower above her head emitted a dazzling radiance. The blood in the blood pool began to squirm and flow into Mulan's body. Soon, the blood in the blood pool disappeared without a trace. A powerful aura emanated from Mulan's body. Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Mulan's cultivation base was at the Emperor-to-be realm. The inheritance that she had obtained was definitely the inheritance of an extremely powerful existence. It might not be as simple as a simple inheritance. Otherwise, Mulan would not have been able to reach the Emperor-to-be realm in just 5 to 6 years. This little guy is so compatible with that guy's inheritance. It's rare. Evil swordsman muttered. Dandan looked on with envy. Buzz. The small blood-red tower trembled slightly before shrinking rapidly. It flew into Mulan's forehead and disappeared. Mulan slowly opened her eyes. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes before it was concealed. Her gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest. When her gaze landed on Lu Ming, her petite body could not help but shiver, and she revealed a look of disbelief. Am I hallucinating again? Mulan mumbled. She blinked her big beautiful eyes a few times to make sure. Lu Ming smiled. Senior sister Mulan, long time no see. Why, don't you recognize me? Lu Ming. Mulan murmured with a surprised expression. She flew out of the small pool, and was still in disbelief. Junior brother Lu Ming, why are you here? Of course it's because I'm worried about you. I miss you, so I followed that passage to find you. The one who spoke was not Lu Ming but Dandan. Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Mulan's face was flushed red. "Two little fellows, stop flirting. It's time to get down to business." Evil swordsman's words caused Mulan's face to turn even redder. However, her cultivation had increased greatly, reaching the emperor-to-be realm, and she had also obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. Her confidence had also increased greatly, and her original personality had also been completely revealed. She came to Lu Ming's side and stared at him without blinking, seemingly unwilling to move her eyes away. "Nest, it's so mushy," Dandan cried out. "Junior brother, what happened?" Mulan ignored Dandan and questioned Lu Ming. Lu Ming briefly explained the passage. Mulan's pretty face turned pale after hearing it. She understood the severity of the matter. Furthermore, her family members were all in the Divine Wilderness continent. "I'm going to rush to the passageway immediately. When I make my move, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous for you to stay here. You should enter my small world first." Evil Sword Guest said. "Senior, I'll stay outside. One might be able to help." Lu Ming said. No matter what, he still had the celestial thearch's physical body. It might be useful at a critical moment. "I'll also stay outside," Dandan said. Evil swordsman's strength. "All right, the two of you, enter the small world." Evil swordsman didn't give any explanation. He waved his hand and put Jian, Feiliu and Mulan into the small world. Then, a wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and Dandan. In a flash, they appeared outside the castle. Then Evil Swordsman brought Lu Ming and the rest to Lu Hao and the rest. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that when Evil Swordsman walked in this area, the marks of the unparalleled experts did not attack him. Lu Ming guessed that perhaps Evil Swordsman's realm was high enough, or he had some secret technique to avoid the marks' attack. Upon seeing Evil Swordsman, Lu Hao and the others were shocked and saluted him respectfully. Lu Ming immediately told her about the passageway. What? Lu Hao and the others were also shocked when they heard this. They understood that this was a major event that concerned the fate of the heavenly realm. "Let's leave this place immediately and send a message to the seniors in Two World City." Lu Hao and the others agreed. They didn't dare to waste any time and rushed out of the battlefield. Evil Swordsman led Lu Ming and Dandan toward the passage. Not long after, they approached the passage and hid in the high sky, watching from afar. Many members of the evil god race were circling around a patch of void, and were moving around. Rays of light were entering the void. The evil god tribe also formed many giant hands, trying to tear the void apart and reopen the passageway. These evil god tribe members are setting up a formation. They want to use the power of the formation to reopen the passageway. Evil Swordsman sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and Dandan. "Senior, what should we do?" Lu Ming also sent a voice transmission. "When the experts from Two World City arrive, we'll kill them all. Now we can only fight it out with blood. There's no other way. However, the other party's Heavenly Emperor Realm experts don't dare to come. At most, they're at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Although I'm still injured, I'm still confident in dealing with those at the Great Emperor Realm," Evil Swordsman said, an ice-cold light flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart felt more at ease. Then they waited quietly. One day later, "They're here," Evil Swordsman suddenly said. In the distance, a few figures flickered and came over. They were very secretive. If it were not for Evil Swordsman's reminder, Lu Ming and the others would not have noticed them. Evil Swordsman's lips moved slightly, as if he was transmitting his voice. The next moment, those figures came toward Lu Ming and the others. There were a total of 3 people, 2 old men and 1 middle-aged man. They were covered in blood and had obviously gone through a great battle. Although the 3 of them had completely concealed their auras, Lu Ming could still sense that they were definitely terrifying experts. "Senior." After the 3 of them arrived, they cupped their fists towards Evil Swordsman. "Why are there only 3 of you? This is such a big matter. Why didn't the others come?" Evil Swordsman frowned. The others won't be able to come." An old man sighed. His hair was in a mess and his body was covered in blood. He had obviously gone through a bitter fight. "What's going on?" Evil Swordsman asked. Lu Ming and Dan Xian were also on tenterhooks. They had a bad feeling. A day ago, the evil god tribe suddenly sent out a large army to attack the two-world city and surrounded it. The two-world city is still in a fierce battle, and most of the experts are being held back. There were originally more than 10 of us who broke out of the encirclement and came here to stop the evil god tribe from breaking open the passageway. However, we went through a battle on the way here, and after entering this battlefield, we were attacked by the marks of the experts. Out of the more than 10 of us, only the 3 of us were left to come here. After the old man finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. The dozen or so people who had broken out of the encirclement were all experts. It was a pity that they had lost so many people in order to come here. It was definitely a huge loss. However, in order to stop the evil god tribe, he had no other choice. For example, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts into this place in order to open up this passageway. Their losses would definitely be shocking. It seems like the evil god tribe is well prepared. They are afraid that the powerful cultivators of Two World City will find out and come to stop them. Evil Swordsman's cold light grew even more intense. There's no other way now, he said. We can only kill our way over. At this moment, a bright light shone from the tunnel ahead. The evil god tribe seemed to have already set up the formation, and were starting to activate it. The endless light condensed into a huge spiral drill-like thing, facing the void. It seemed to be drilling a new passage where the original entrance was. Boom, boom, boom. The space trembled and crumbled, revealing a dark cave. There's no time to waste. Do it. You two stay here. Evil Swordsman glanced at Lu Ming and Dandan. Then, with a flash, he rushed toward the many experts of the evil god tribe. Evil Swordsman's speed was extremely shocking, and in just a few flashes he was already close to the evil god tribe. Enemy attack. There were too many experts from the evil god tribe. As soon as Evil Swordsman got close, the other party discovered him and shouted. Whoosh! Evil Swordsman made his move. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Sword light filled the sky, and a powerful evil god race member was directly split in half, his soul obliterated. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That evil god was definitely a great emperor, but he was killed by Evil Swordsman in one strike. Although Evil Swordsman had yet to recover from his serious injuries, his battle strength was still extremely terrifying. This guy was much stronger than he is now at his peak. He is a peerless master in the heaven realm. Of course, compared to me, there is still some gap. He spoke, but he didn't forget to boast at the end. Kill! Evil Swordsman shouted, and a terrifying aura burst forth. The world was filled with an indescribable pressure. Evil Swordsman was wearing a gray robe and looked very old, but when he attacked, he had a kind of world-dominating temperament. His whole body was filled with evil chi, and his sword light seemed to split the world. Several experts of the evil god race were killed by Evil Swordsman in succession. Break! Evil Swordsman shouted. A sword light slashed at the void, directly splitting it open. Countless runes appeared there, and then exploded one after another. This was the great formation set up by the evil god race, and a section of it had been cut off by Evil Swordsman. At the same time, the drill that was formed by the formation also exploded and disappeared. Kill him! The experts of the evil god race roared as their auras exploded forth, shaking the heavens and earth. So many great emperors! Lu Ming was shocked. There were too many great emperors in the evil god tribe, and most of them were extremely terrifying. Their auras were far above that of the great emperors from the Hung family and the Emperor Formless, whom Lu Ming had encountered before. Many of them were definitely advanced great emperors, and some were even peak great emperors. It was terrifying to have so many great emperors working together. However, Evil Swordsman was even stronger. With an iron sword in his hand, he killed his way into the evil god tribe. Every time he slashed out, an expert would be killed. One sword for one. Blood splattered for thousands of miles. The 3 experts from Two World City also made their move. The cultivation of these 3 people was extremely profound, and they had powerful combat strength. They were fighting against the evil god tribe. The evil god race's old ancestor, the three from Two World City, are all peak emperors, but there are many peak emperors from the evil god tribe. They can only hold back a portion of the power, and can't play a crucial role. We still have to rely on evil swordsmen. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Ming. Even though his current cultivation was far from what it had been in the ancient times, his vision was still there. He could determine his cultivation based on his aura. Surround and kill them. The experts of the evil god race roared. There were at least 4 or 5 of them, and they weren't any weaker than the 3 experts from Two World City. They surrounded evil swordsmen. According to Dandan, they were all peak Great Emperor experts. Evil swordsman's demonic chi became even more intense. Sword light crisscrossed as he fought with his opponent. After a few strikes, a peak emperor was killed by evil swordsman. Although evil swordsman had yet to recover from his injuries, his battle strength was still terrifying. Kill. Evil swordsman let out a long cry, and sword light shot up into the sky. A sword light that was 10,000 li long was extremely terrifying. As the sword slashed out, the void was completely shattered. A large number of evil god race members with weak cultivation bases were swept into the sword light and turned into ashes. Celestial Emperor. It's the Celestial Emperor. How can the Heavenly Emperor come here? Furious roars came from the evil god race, and they were filled with disbelief. Too many peerless experts had died in this region in the past, leaving behind their immortal imprints. Once they sensed a powerful expert, these imprints would appear to kill the enemy. This was especially true for the Heavenly Emperor. Once he arrived in this territory, the marks of the experts would sense him, and even leave his original place to attack him together and kill him. In the past, there were also people of the Heavenly Emperor realm who came here, but they all died. Of course, the extremely terrifying Heavenly Emperors were the exception. Their strength was not weaker than those peerless experts when they were alive, and might even surpass them. With such strength, they would not be afraid even if those experts were alive. So why would they be afraid after they died? However, evil swordsman's battle strength didn't seem to be that of a peerless expert, and was only equivalent to the most ordinary celestial emperor. How could he have entered this place? Buzz. Buzz. Evil swordsman continued to strike out with his sword, and every time he did so, a member of the evil god race would die under his sword. At the same time, the void continued to shatter, and the formation that the evil god race had set up was also continuously destroyed. Take out the celestial Varch weapon. Some of the evil god race members roared. Buzz. Buzz. Several terrifying fluctuations spread out in succession. Then a giant axe, a mountain, and a saber appeared in the sky. This was a celestial emperor weapon, a weapon controlled by a celestial emperor. It was extremely powerful. The celestial Varch himself could not enter, but the celestial Varch weapon could be brought in. The marks on the celestial emperor weapon would not be able to sense it if it was not revived. Furthermore, it was just an inanimate object, not a living one. The marks would not have any reaction. Boom. 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 The 3 celestial emperor weapons were awakened, and terrifying fluctuations burst forth from them. They gave off the aura of the heavenly Tao as they shot toward evil swordsmen. If a celestial emperor weapon isn't controlled by a celestial emperor, how much power can it unleash? 111 show you the true power of a celestial emperor weapon. Evil swordsman's cold voice rang out, and the long sword in his hand burst out with a shocking sword howl. Buzz. The sword hummed as several terrifying sword lights slashed out from evil swordsman's hands. Thump. 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 After 3 consecutive clashes, the 3 celestial Varch weapons of the evil god race trembled violently and were sent flying. The 3 powerful beings of the evil god race who were controlling the celestial Varch weapons spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies cracked and exploded. Without a doubt, the long sword in evil swordsman's hand was also a celestial Varch weapon. It was controlled by him, and its power was extremely powerful. You're looking for death. Right at this moment, an explosive roar came from the distance. An extremely terrifying aura rushed over. Then a huge demonic shadow appeared in the world. The demonic shadow was huge, towering like a mountain. It stood between the heaven and earth, and was approaching. Forefather. The evil god race members were ecstatic. This is... Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted and his gaze was extremely solemn. When he had passed through that passage and come from the primordial realm, he had seen 4 huge demonic shadows fighting against the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. This demonic shadow was extremely similar to one of the previous 4. Boom! The demonic shadow moved and threw a punch. The void was directly shattered, and the huge fist, wrapped in the void turbulence, smashed toward evil swordsman. At this moment, evil swordsman's eyes were extremely grave. The long sword in his hand kept shaking, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz! In the end, evil swordsman slashed out with his sword, and a shocking sword light slashed toward the huge fist. The sword gleam collided with the fist, causing an ear-piercing cutting sound. Although he was still far away, Lu Ming could feel a sharp pain in his eardrums. The blood in his body was boiling, and his body felt like it was about to explode. Dandan also circulated her energy to resist, but she was slightly better than Lu Ming. Bang! Then evil swordsman's sword light shattered, and the remaining power of the fist blasted towards evil swordsman, forcing him to retreat frantically. Not good. Senior evil swordsman is no match for him. Lu Ming's expression was ugly. That's the old ancestor of the evil god race, a peerless expert. However, he should be injured as well, and his battle prowess is far from his peak. Dandan said. Lu Ming understood that the evil god tribe's patriarch must have been injured during the intense battle with the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the huge true dragon in the sky. You're an ancient antique from the ancient times. Today, I'll send you on your way. The evil god race's old ancestor spoke, and his voice caused the sky to rumble. His body began to shrink, and he became 3 meters tall. His speed increased greatly, and he instantly approached evil swordsman. This was also a purple-scaled being of the evil god race. He wasn't a member of the royal race, but a noble of the evil god race. However, his cultivation base had already reached a terrifying realm. His palm was like a knife, and he struck out a few times towards evil swordsman. Evil swordsman fought with him, but he was no match. After a few moves, evil swordsman was violently shaken and sent flying far away, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Although the evil god race's old ancestor was also injured, his injuries weren't as severe as evil swordsman's. In ancient times, evil swordsman had almost died in battle, and only a wisp of his soul remained. After so many years, he had yet to recover, and his fighting prowess was far from what it had been at his peak. Kill! The evil god race's old master had the upper hand, and his attacks became even more violent. A junior, this old man will accompany you in battle. Blood trickled down from the corner of evil swordsman's mouth, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. At this moment, a layer of light flickered on his body, burning like a flame. At the same time, evil swordsman's aura also soared. Evil swordsman, it's time to go all out. Dandan opened her mouth and watched with rapt attention. Buzz! Evil swordsman slashed out with his sword, and a sword light that was several times more terrifying than the previous one slashed toward the evil god race's old ancestor. The evil god race's old ancestor's eyes also became serious. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he charged towards evil swordsman. Clang! Clang! The 2 experts exploded with terrifying rumbles as they engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. The 2 of them rushed into the depths of the sky and fought. The rest of the evil god tribe charged towards the 3 experts of Two World City. The 3 experts of Two World City were in a precarious situation. Controlling the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the intense battle continued, but the situation for the heaven realm was getting worse and worse. They had too few people. Dandan, are we just going to watch? Is there any way one can help? Lu Ming asked anxiously. Although he had the heavenly emperor body, it only had a little more than 10% of its energy. However, the evil god tribe had a bunch of great emperors, and there were many peak great emperors. In a great battle like this, the celestial emperor's corporeal body was not of much use at all. He was afraid that if he controlled the celestial Varch corporeal body to go out, the energy would be exhausted in a few moments. At that time, He could only wait for death. The difference in our cultivation is too great. We can't help at all. Dandan was also a little anxious. No matter how much he knew, how resourceful he was, and how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he was at his wit's end. That's right. Suddenly, Ming thought of something. His eyes lit up and he said, "Where's the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron? Where did it go? If we have the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, we might be able to help." Ming had refined 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence and could control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. As long as he could find the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, given his current cultivation level, the power of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron would definitely be shocking. Let's look around the vicinity. Dandan's eyes lit up. The two immediately concealed their auras and avoided the battlefield, searching nearby. Ming was highly focused and sensed carefully. However, they didn't dare to get close to the battlefield and could only search the surrounding area. However, they couldn't find anything after searching for a long time. The two of them did not give up and continued to search. When the two of them came to the back of the passage entrance, Ming suddenly sensed something. He could feel the blood in his body heating up and circulating faster. There it is, I really sensed it. Ming's eyes lit up and he looked around. This was a messy pile of stones. These rocks aren't natural. They were shattered. Could it be that the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was underground and was blasted into the ground? Dandan guessed. The two of them rushed into the rubble. Ming's feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Let me do it. Dandan's entire body glowed, and then she transformed into her true form, turning into a huge turtle. I'm digging. The huge turtle began to dig into the ground with its 4 limbs. Immediately, broken stones flew everywhere, and large pieces of soil were lifted up. Not long after, a piece of metal was exposed. It's really the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Ming was overjoyed. This piece of metal was made of the same material as the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Ming could not be mistaken. Dandan was also excited and dug madly, using the power of laws. A large area of soil shook and was thrown out. Ming also helped by turning the chaos laws into the laws of the earth to help with the excavation. Large pieces of soil loosened and flew out. The first Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was revealed, followed by the second one, the third one soon. 9 Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons the size of mountains appeared in their field of vision. The 9 dragon veins are gone. No, they are on the Dragon Cauldron. Ming's eyes swept across the place, and he noticed something different about the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was originally engraved with a real dragon pattern, but now, there was an additional pattern on it. This pattern was extremely similar to a dragon's vein, and it was extremely lifelike. However, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations. It was like scrap metal. Ming was hugging the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, but it did not react at all. What's going on? Why isn't there any reaction? Ming was puzzled. It should be that the energy has been exhausted. Even the energy of the dragon vein has been exhausted, Dandan said, frowning in deep thought. It was conceivable that the previous battle was absolutely brutal. Even the energy of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron and the 9 dragon veins had been exhausted. However, the results of the battle were also shocking. The passageway was destroyed, and the old ancestor of the evil god race was severely injured. Ming, you've refined the blood essence of the 9 dragons. Let's try it with your blood. Dandan suddenly said. All right. Ming nodded. Blood seeped out of his palm. Ming's figure flickered as he slapped the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron continuously, leaving a bloody handprint on each of the 9 cauldrons. Resuscitate. Ming roared. The muscles on his body bulged, and the blood chi in his body circulated wildly. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Ming's body and reverberated through the sky. It was the voice of the 9 dragons. There's someone over there. The dragon's roar spread far and wide, finally alarming the evil god tribe. A few ants, oh go and kill him. One of the evil god race members strode toward Ming, and the others at an astonishing speed. This was a great emperor from the evil god race. Ming, hurry up. Dandan was anxious. Revive. Ming roared, his blood boiling and the dragon's roar reverberating. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron finally reacted. The bloody handprint that Lu Ming left on the Divine Cauldron glowed, and was then absorbed by the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron began to shake, and its aura became stronger and stronger. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was starting to recover. Revive. Lu Ming continued to roar. The shadow of 9 dragons appeared above his head, causing the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to shake even more violently. At this moment, the Evil God Tribe's great emperor had already arrived. Kill. The Evil God Tribe's Tharch shouted coldly. A beam of destructive light shot out from between his brows, enveloping Lu Ming and dandan within it. Im finished. Dandan screamed. Rise. Lu Ming bellowed. With a wave of his hand, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron rushed out from the ground and blocked in front of him. Clang. The destructive light of the Evil God Tribe's great emperor slammed onto the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, causing it to tremble violently. The destructive light had been blocked. Suppress. Following that, Lu Ming pushed out with one hand, and the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron expanded once more, blasting toward the Evil God Tribe's Tharch. You ant-like thing, you dare to attack me? The Evil God Tribe's great emperor shouted coldly as a beam of light shot out from his glabella once more, blasting towards the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. However, this time around, a dragon's roar rang out from the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. It was even more powerful than before. With a single shake, it was able to destroy the destructive light of the Evil God Tribe's great emperor before continuing on its way. The Evil God Tribe's great emperor's eyes narrowed as a battle axe appeared in his hands. He then swung the axe toward the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Clang! Deafening rumbles resounded through the sky. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was blocked, but the Evil God Tribe's great emperor's body trembled violently. He couldn't help but retreat as his face turned pale. What a powerful force again! Lu Ming was overjoyed. With his current cultivation, controlling the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron had indeed made it more powerful. However, perhaps it had something to do with the self-recovery of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron before. Its power had become even more astonishing. Boom. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron continued to press down on the other party. At the same time, the auras of the other Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons were getting stronger and stronger. Buzz. Following that, the second Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron flew out. Together with the first Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, it pressed down toward the Evil God Tribe's great emperor. Lu Ming kills a great emperor in a frenzy. The two Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons resonated together, and their power was more than doubled. Boom. As the first one came down, the Evil God Tribe's great emperor's body trembled violently as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The arm that was holding onto the battle axe let out a cracking sound, as even his bone armor was broken. Boom. The second cauldron pressed down, and the Evil God Tribe's great emperor let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was torn into pieces. He had fallen. Although a great emperor should only be a low-level great emperor, he was killed by the continuous attacks of the two Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron had awakened, and its power was terrifying. Damn it, go and kill them. In the distance, some of the Evil God race members noticed this and roared out in rage. Buzz. 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 There were at least 5 to 6 members of the Evil God Tribe charging toward Lu Ming and the others. There were even high-level great emperors among them. Come on, full recovery. Lu Ming let out a long howl. Roar. Lu Ming's body glowed as a 9 dragon coiled around him. The 9 Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons were all shaking, and dragon roars were constantly heard. The 9 dragon veins that were wrapped around the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron seemed to have come to life. They shone with light and looked alive. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Then, the 9 Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons all flew up and hovered around Lu Ming and dandan. One of them was floating above the two of them, emitting a beam of light that enveloped the two of them. The other 8 were floating around the two of them. At this moment, the Evil God Tribe had also arrived. The 6 experts of the Evil God Tribe were all at the Great Emperor realm, and there were even high-level Great Emperors among them. With so many Great Emperors working together, it was absolutely terrifying. Kill. Lu Ming roared and pushed with both hands. The 8 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew out and continued to grow in size. They filled the sky and pressed down on the 6 powerhouses from the evil god tribe. Within the divine nine-dragon cauldron, dragon roars could be heard. The 8 divine cauldrons were even larger than the archaic divine mountain, and were filled with endless power. Bang! Bang! Under the pressure of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the low-level Great Emperor screamed and died on the spot. The advanced Great Emperor's body cracked and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was filled with fear. Buzz! The 8 cauldrons trembled and released a terrifying power. The evil god race high-level emperor's body exploded inch by inch and died. What a powerful force! The divine nine-dragon cauldron contains the power of that kid, 9 dragons. He has already fully recovered. Kill him! Dandan laughed out loud, extremely excited. Kill! He opened his mouth and rushed towards the battlefield. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, evil swordsman and the evil god tribe's old ancestor were still engaged in a fierce battle. Evil swordsman activated his origin energy, and his battle prowess skyrocketed. However, he could only fight to a draw with the evil god race's old ancestor, and it was difficult for him to defeat him. Although the 3 great emperors from Two World City were peak great emperors, there were too many experts on the other side. At this moment, they were in a precarious situation and were covered in blood. They could die at the hands of the other party at any moment. At this moment Lu Ming arrived. Out of the 9 cauldrons, one of them protected him while the other 8 charged toward the evil god tribe. The 8 cauldrons covered the sky. On each cauldron, a dragon vein emerged, emitting light and roaring at the sky. The 8 cauldrons resonated with each other, and their power increased by several times. Bang! Bang! As the cauldron pressed down, the evil god tribe members exploded one by one and died on the spot. Those below the Great Emperor realm couldn't put up any resistance. Even some low-level Great Emperors below the 3-star realm couldn't put up much of a fight and were killed. The 4-star Great Emperors couldn't block it either. They spat out blood and felt like their bodies were going to explode. A single attack had killed a large number of evil god tribe members. Dandan's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Kill him!" The evil god race roared, and some peak emperors charged toward Lu Ming and Dandan. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and attacked it in turns. Thump! 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 The divine nine-dragon cauldron continued to clash with the peak emperors. Dozens of moves were exchanged in an instant, and the peak emperors were forced back and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body began to crack. The divine nine-dragon cauldron seemed to have come back to life. It was so powerful that even peak great emperors couldn't fight against it. Kill! The 3 peak great emperors from Two World City seized the opportunity to kill one of the peak great emperors. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron to attack. With Lu Ming's help, they had the upper hand. The evil god tribe's powerhouses were constantly being hunted down. In just a few minutes, more than 200 people from the evil god tribe had been killed, and there were even dozens of great emperor realm experts. This was an astonishing battle achievement. If this was in the primordial realm, it would probably scare people to death. Although this was the battlefield between the Tai-Ching heavenly region and the alien tribes, where most of the experts of the 2 worlds were gathered, it was rare for dozens of great emperors to fall at once. The evil god tribe's Tharch was a little afraid. When he saw Lu Ming, he retreated one after another. Go help senior evil swordsman. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and flew toward the battlefield where evil swordsman and the evil god race's patriarch were. Suppress! Lu Ming shouted and pushed with both hands. The 8 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew out and pressed down on the evil god race's old master. You 2 ants, you're looking for death. The evil god tribe's old ancestor bellowed in rage. Lu Ming had just killed so many of the evil god tribe's powerhouses, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Beams of light shot out of his third eye. They were the light of destruction. However, the evil god tribe's patriarch's destructive light was not just a beam of light. It could actually transform into 3-eyed magical beasts that were as large as mountains. They pounced toward Lu Ming and collided with the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Boom, boom. A terrifying tremor resounded through the firmament. The void was constantly disintegrating, as if it was about to return to chaos. The 8 cauldrons were sent flying back. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing down on him, almost causing his body to explode. Lu Ming retreated hastily. His face was pale and the qi and blood in his body were boiling. What a terrifying power! Only then did Lu Ming understand that the evil god tribe's patriarch was too powerful. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as a great emperor. There was a huge gap between them. Even though the evil god race's patriarch was already heavily injured, and was still in a battle with evil swordsmen, the destructive light emitted by his third eye was still able to force the divine 9-dragon cauldron back, and almost injure Lu Ming. Dandan, let's enter the divine cauldron, Lu Ming said to Dandan. Dandan nodded, and then the two of them flew into the divine cauldron above their heads. Inside the divine cauldron, the protective power was even stronger. External forces would be blocked by the divine cauldron. Then Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and made it fly out to join the other 8 divine cauldrons. The power of the 9 cauldrons combined was even more terrifying. The divine 9-dragon cauldron spun and charged toward the evil god race's old ancestor. Boom. This time around, he finally managed to shatter the demonic beasts that were formed from the other party's destructive light, and blasted them toward the evil god race's old ancestor's body. Buzz. The sword howled. How could evil swordsman miss such an opportunity? He used all his strength and slashed out with a shocking sword strike. Chapter 2214 Peerless Expert Evil Swordsman's sword attack was peerless and breathtaking. It finally broke through the evil god race's old ancestor's attack, and charged towards the other party. The evil god race's cultivation method was not a system of laws. It was very similar to the Heaven Realm's ancient system. They cultivated a strange power that was extremely powerful, and could both attack and defend. At this moment, evil swordsman's sword light had cut it open, leaving a deep sword wound on his body. His scales had been cut open, and blood was flowing out. Roar! The evil god race's old ancestor let out a furious roar, and a layer of purple light covered his entire body as he charged towards evil swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming rode the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and charged over again. The divine 9-dragon cauldron resonated with each other, and crushed down toward the evil god race's old master. The evil god race's old master waved the weapon in his hands, and continued to strike out. Boom, boom, boom. The divine 9-dragon cauldron rumbled continuously, and was finally blown away. However, evil swordsman's attack arrived again. The evil god race's patriarch was already severely injured, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. Now that he was being attacked by Lu Ming and evil swordsman, he was at a complete disadvantage. The other members of the evil god tribe were shocked. If even the evil god race's old ancestor was no match for it, then how was this passageway supposed to be opened? The 3 experts from Two World City were overjoyed. It was a pleasant surprise that Lu Ming could control the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and burst out with infinite combat strength. This gave them a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment, their expressions changed drastically. Because in the distance, there were a few extremely terrifying auras that were spreading towards this side. The few of them looked in one direction. Over there were 3 huge demonic shadows, and they were coming over. The strength of his aura was not any weaker than that of the evil god tribe's old ancestor. The evil god tribe's peerless experts. And 3 of them have come at once. The 3 people from Two World City were pale and desperate. In the Heavenly Emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each level. The gap between each level was huge. Only Heavenly Emperor powerhouses above the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm could be called peerless powerhouses. Such a person was already standing at the peak of the world. He was in existence at the top of the pyramid of all living beings, and his power was unbelievable. The reason why this ancient battlefield was so terrifying was because there had been a battle between a group of peerless powerhouses in the past. Even the immortal imprints left behind after the death of many peerless powerhouses were extremely terrifying. One could only imagine how powerful a peerless expert was. Now there were 3 of them. In the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming and Dandan could also sense the situation outside. At this time, their expressions also changed drastically. "It's them!" Lu Ming roared. Back then, when he had crossed over from the primordial realm, he had seen the 4 huge demonic shadows of the evil god tribe fighting against the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It was obvious that they were the 4 of them. The patriarchs are here. The members of the evil god tribe were overjoyed. In order to seize this passageway, the evil god race had made ample preparations. They had first sent a large army to attack the 2-world city, so that the experts of the heaven realm could not be distracted and come to their aid. They had then opened this passageway. When the evil god tribe's army entered the primordial realm, the situation would be set. Kill. In the distance, an old ancestor of the evil god race roared, causing the void to explode continuously. The scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Evil swordsman also roared in anger. It was already difficult to deal with one of the evil god race's old ancestors, and now there were 3 more. He could sense that the evil god race's old ancestor was injured, and his strength was not as strong as before. However, it was still extremely shocking. The 3 demonic shadows came at top speed. Boom. However, at this moment, a violent boom erupted in the distant sky. The void shattered, and a huge hand stretched out from the dark void. The hand was incomparably huge, and it emanated the might of the heavenly Tao as it smashed toward the 3 evil god race's old ancestors. Who is it? The old ancestor of the learning god clan roared and blasted out attacks one after another at the huge hand. Boom. The void was shattered, as if the world had been destroyed and turned back into chaos. With a terrifying explosion, the huge hand exploded. But then, a figure appeared in that area. This figure was shrouded in divine light, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. One could only roughly sense that he was burly and filled with supreme majesty. Boom. The figure continued to attack, sending out terrifying palm prints that headed toward the 3 old masters of the evil god race. "It's a peerless expert from our heaven realm." The 3 experts from 2-world city were ecstatic. In the end, a peerless expert from the heaven realm had arrived. The old ancestor of the evil god race was injured in the end. Right now, the 3 of them were being suppressed by a peerless expert from the heaven realm. The 3 of them were extremely unwilling and let out angry roars. If they were at their peak, they wouldn't be weaker than the other party. Unfortunately, they were all injured, and their strength had been greatly reduced. That was why they were so aggrieved. The 3 of them were suppressed by the other party. "You go kill them. Leave this person to the 2 of us." At this moment, one of the evil god race's old masters roared as the light on his body grew brighter and brighter. 2 of the evil god race's old ancestors were going all out. They ignored their injuries and forcefully raised their combat strength to the peak, killing their way toward the peerless experts of the heaven realm. The 3 of them collided in a terrifying manner, and fought their way into the depths of the dark void. The remaining evil god tribe's old ancestor charged toward Lu Ming and the others. "Ants die!" The evil god race's old master roared and reached out with a palm. A terrifying radiance emanated from his palm as he grabbed at Lu Ming. From a distance, the terrifying pressure pressed on the divine 9-dragon cauldron, making it buzz and shake. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and blasted it at the other party. Boom. Boom. The divine 9-dragon cauldron collided with the opponent's attack. It kept shaking and then was sent flying one by one. Lu Ming and Dandan, who were hiding in the divine 9-dragon cauldron, were also shaken violently. Their chi and blood were boiling. Buzz. The evil god race's old master charged over. His massive body started to shrink, and in the end he became the size of a normal human. This old master of the evil god tribe did not look much different from a human. He had a head full of purple hair, and was extremely handsome. The only difference was that there was a 3rd eye between his eyebrows. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. The royal race of the evil god race was too powerful. Even though they were injured, their combat strength was still extremely terrifying. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of purple light. The 3rd eye between his brows glowed, and 9 sparkling and resplendent combat swords actually flew out, slashing towards the 9 divine cauldrons. Buzz. Whoosh. The combat sword continued to slash at the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, causing sparks to fly and the cauldron to shake. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in that cauldron, surrounded by the other 8 cauldrons. Even though they were separated by layers of defense, the other party's terrifying power still gushed in, causing Lu Ming to vomit blood. Dandan's cultivation level was higher, so it was better. The situation was not good for Lu Ming and the rest. If this continued, even if they were separated by the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, they would still be shocked to death by the other party. The main reason was that the difference in cultivation was too great. If Lu Ming's cultivation was at the true Emperor realm, the situation would be much better. Awaken! Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming bellowed, channeling the qi and blood in his body with all his might, making his qi and blood boil even more. Chapter 2215 Nine Dragons reappears in Lu Ming's body. His qi and blood were surging like the water of a river, and they were swimming like real dragons. Roar! Dragon roars were heard as the illusionary 9 dragons that surrounded Lu Ming suddenly collapsed and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Then, 9 drops of blood essence flew out of Lu Ming's body. 9 dragon blood essence. Lu Ming did not need to think to know that this was the blood essence of the 9 dragons. The blood essence of the 9 dragons that he had refined in his body actually flew out of his body. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. The strength of his physical body was rapidly weakening. The 9 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons glowed and flew into the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons burst out with dragon roars. At the same time, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons began to merge. This sudden change caused the face of the evil god race's old ancestor to change, and he unleashed an even stronger attack. However, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron completed its fusion as it shook. The 9 cauldrons fused into one. Lu Ming and Dandan were still in the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The 9 cauldrons combined into one, and their power increased greatly. They were even larger than mountains, filling the sky and suppressing the other party. Thump. Boom. His opponent's combat sword kept striking the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. However, the power of the 9 cauldrons was indeed stronger. With a shake, his opponent's combat sword exploded inch by inch. Kill! The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron didn't stop, and continued to attack the other party. Boom! The other party's palm struck the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Cauldron was unscathed, but the other party's body trembled violently, and was forced to retreat. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent soared. He took the opportunity to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, and bombarded it at his opponent. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron's attack was brutal and direct. There was no technique involved, and it simply crushed the opponent. Kill, kill, kill this fucking dog. Dandan shouted. Boom. The evil god race's old master was sent flying once more, and he was forced to retreat. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with rage. Ant! The evil god race's old ancestor bellowed. He could sense Lu Ming and Dandan's cultivation in the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. In his eyes, such cultivation was no different from that of ants. But now, he was being suppressed by 2 ants. This made him furious. As he roared, the body of the evil god tribe's old master rapidly grew in size. In the end, he surpassed the mountain peak and reached into the clouds. He was even bigger than the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. At the same time, the light on his body grew even brighter, and his aura continued to rise. Not good, this guy is going to go all out. He's going to raise his combat strength to the peak regardless of his injuries. Dandan exclaimed. Boom. At this moment, the aura of the evil god tribe's old ancestor reached its peak. A beam of light burst out of the third eye and turned into a huge sword, which slashed toward the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron also emitted a layer of light and rumbled toward the other party. Thump! A terrifying vibration was heard as the area exploded. The ground cracked and the space was smashed. They appeared in the dark void and continued to fight. The evil god race's old master slammed out with his palm. The huge palm covered the entire sky as it struck the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook violently again. The evil god tribe's old ancestor then unleashed a storm of attacks. At this moment, the evil god race's old ancestor was raising his combat strength to the peak without caring about his injuries. This was truly shocking. This was a true peerless expert, a figure that was revered in the universe. He was simply too strong. At this moment, even if the 9 divine dragon cauldrons were combined, it would be difficult to defeat the other party. Roar! Roar! The divine 9 dragon cauldron was suppressed, but the dragon roars were endless and getting louder and louder. Finally, a real dragon emerged from the divine 9 dragon cauldron. No, it was 9 dragons. There were 9 dragons with 9 claws under their bellies. The 9 dragons appeared. At first, they were still very illusory, but they became more and more solid. In the end, they were so lifelike that they seemed real, as if the 9 dragons had come back to life. Whoa, the 9 dragons have appeared. No, this is the combination of his blood essence and the mark of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. It's not a real entity, Dandan shouted. Roar. The 9 dragons let out long roars, and their eyes shone as bright as the sun. Their dragon claws stepped through the air as they pounced toward the evil god race's old master. 9 dragons! The evil god race's old master roared as a look of fear flashed across his eyes. Even though he was the old ancestor of the evil god tribe, he wasn't someone who had survived from the ancient era. He had been born later and had never seen the 9 dragons before. However, he had heard of the rumors about 9 dragons. Each of the Heaven Realm's top 10 battle beasts was a peak expert and extremely terrifying. Back then, countless experts of the evil god tribe had died at their hands. His ancestors had all died at the hands of the top 10 beasts. When he saw the 9 dragons, he subconsciously felt a little scared. However, he immediately reacted. These were not real dragons, so what was there to be afraid of? He let out a loud roar and charged towards the 9 dragons, engaging in a battle with them. After all, the 9 dragons were only 9 drops of blood essence, and they were manifested by the mark in the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Their strength was far inferior to that of their peak. As for the evil god race's old master, he had already raised his strength to his peak. The battle between the two sides was difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Ming, it's more important to completely destroy that passageway. Don't get entangled with the other party. At this moment, evil swordsman's voice was heard. Not bad. Ming nodded secretly and sent a voice transmission to evil swordsman. Senior, how can we completely destroy that passage? Control the 9 dragons and have them bombard the passageway. Turn the space there into nothingness and return it to chaos. In that case, it will take at least 100 years for the passageway to reappear. This will buy us some time. Evil Sword Guest said. All right. Ming made his decision and began to control the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Boom. The 9 dragons exchanged another blow with the other party, then turned around and rushed back to the original passage. The divine 9 dragon cauldron was right under the 9 dragons. It followed the 9 dragons and moved rapidly toward the original passage. If you want to leave, then stay. The evil god race's old master roared and chased after Ming. Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the original passageway. Roar. The 9 dragons roared and stomped with their 9 claws. A terrifying attack blasted towards that position. The space in that area was constantly exploding, turning into the tiniest particles. Back then, although the passageway had collapsed and exploded, it had not been completely destroyed. From time to time, a spatial rift would appear. This way, it was still possible to open it with some powerful means. However, if it was completely destroyed, it would be difficult to open it in a short time. Naturally, the evil god race's old ancestor knew what Ming was up to. He was instantly enraged and charged toward Ming. However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from the depths of the sky. An incomparably huge true dragon appeared, and its dragon claws grabbed out toward the evil god race's old ancestor. It's this true dragon. Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, when he had passed through the passageway and arrived in the Heaven Realm, he had seen the divine 9 dragon cauldron bring along the 9 dragon veins and fight against the evil god tribe's patriarch. At that time, there was also an incomparably huge true dragon that had participated in the battle, and its strength was terrifying. Chapter 2217 Passage completely collapses. Previously, Lu Ming had not seen the true dragon, and thought that it had already fallen. Now it seemed that it had not. This true dragon was entangled with the evil god race's old master, preventing him from coming over. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron with all his might, causing the 9 dragons to bombard the space continuously. The space kept exploding. Don't tell me this is the ancestral dragon. At this moment, Dandan looked at the huge true dragon in the sky, dumbfounded and shocked. Ancestral dragon? What was it? A senior? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was rare to see something that could make Dandan so shocked. Lu Ming was very surprised. That's not right. It's not the ancestor dragon. If it was really him, he could have killed this evil god tribe member with just a breath. No, it's just a wisp of his aura. Dandan seemed to have not heard Lu Ming's words. She was mumbling to herself, still looking like a fool. Lu Ming was shocked. How was it possible that he could kill the evil god tribe member in front of him with just a breath? This evil god race was a peerless expert. A heavenly emperor above the 4-star level. Even a peak heavenly emperor would not be able to kill him with just a breath. However, a peak heavenly emperor was already standing at the highest point in this world. According to Lu Ming's understanding, the celestial arch was the limit of cultivation in this world. He was truly invincible at RHE peak. Could there be a stronger existence than a peak heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought that Dandan was bragging. He did not think too much about it. He controlled the 9 dragons with all his might, and bombarded the void continuously. It was like kneading dough. If you don't knead a dough, there will be many cracks. The dough is not completely fused together. If you follow the cracks, you can separate the whole dough. However, after continuous kneading and slapping, the dough would melt into one, and the cracks would disappear. Now this void, this passageway, was like this. It was like a dough that had not been kneaded. There were still cracks, and the evil god tribe could open up the tunnel completely by following these cracks. Lu Ming's current bombardment was to knead the dough, to completely integrate these spaces into one, and the cracks would disappear. Of course, this required a shocking amount of power. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it difficult to do so. At that moment, Lu Ming's 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence flew out and manifested 9 dragons. Only then did he have such power to completely collapse the passageway, and the crack disappeared. The evil god tribe's patriarch naturally knew what Lu Ming and the others were planning. However, one of them was blocked by the huge true dragon, and it was difficult to get rid of the other. You guys don't even think about it. The evil god race's old ancestor who was fighting against evil swordsman roared in anger. The light on his body brightened, and at this moment he no longer cared about his injuries. He risked worsening his injuries and erupted with all his power. Boom. Evil swordsman was sent flying by his one move. However, evil swordsman didn't retreat. He once again charged at his opponent. He needed to give Lu Ming enough time. However, evil swordsman's injuries were too severe. He had almost died in the ancient battle, and even now, his strength was far from fully recovered. When the evil god race's old ancestor unleashed his full power, he was no match for him at all, and was sent flying again. Not good. Lu Ming was anxious as he tried his best to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Not only did the 9 dragons attack the void, but the divine 9-dragon cauldron itself also shone brightly and blasted toward the void. The space was constantly exploding, then healing, and then exploding. Hurry, hurry. Lu Ming was anxious because evil swordsman could not hold on any longer. If this went on, evil swordsman would definitely die. Once evil swordsman died, Mulan and Jian feiliu in his small world would also die. Lu Ming had to seize the time. Roar. The 9 dragons let out a long roar, and their entire bodies burst out with dazzling light. Beams of light burst out from the bodies of the 9 dragons, which were extremely dazzling. Boom. In the end, the bodies of the 9 dragons exploded. This explosion formed a terrifying energy. The entire area and space were completely annihilated, turning into nothingness and chaos. No. 11 The evil god race's old ancestor bellowed. Haha, good. Evil swordsman laughed loudly. He no longer tried to stop them. Instead, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the 3 experts of Two World City. A force swept them up, and they flew into the distance. Lu Ming, that's enough. Let's go. Evil swordsman's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and flew toward evil swordsman at top speed. They met up and flew in one direction at top speed. The 2 evil god race's old masters joined forces and charged towards the true dragon. However, the true dragon was no match for them. Its huge body started to break apart. The entire body of the dragon exploded, and turned into a drop of blood. In a flash, it disappeared from the place. A drop of blood. The 2 evil god race's old masters were shocked, and their gazes turned grave. Then they came to RHE original passage. The void was healing quickly. After it was healed, there was no space at all. It was exactly the same as the space in the other regions. The passageway had completely collapsed. Damn it, kill those ants. The purple-haired old ancestor of the evil god race roared in anger and chased after Lu Ming, evil swordsman, and the others. The other old ancestor of the evil god race, and the other members of the evil god race all chased after evil swordsman, and the others. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and flew at high speed with evil swordsman. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt weak. Buzz. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook and suddenly shrank rapidly. Lu Ming and dandan flew out of the divine 9-dragon cauldron automatically. Then the divine 9-dragon cauldron split into 9 parts and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, 9 drops of blood essence flew out of the 9 divine cauldrons and scattered into Lu Ming's body. Buzz. At this moment, there was a flash of red light in the distance. A drop of blood pierced through the void and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. However, at this moment he felt weak. Let's go. Evil swordsman waved a wave of energy, sweeping up Lu Ming and dandan and flying forward. However, evil swordsman was already heavily injured, and he had been injured even more when he tried to stop an evil god race ancestor. Although he was fast, there was a limit to his speed. Behind him, 2 figures were chasing after him at an astonishing speed. It was 2 of the evil god race's old ancestors. We're finished, we're finished. Dandan wailed. Right now, evil swordsman was heavily injured, and it was obvious that the divine 9-dragon cauldron's energy had been exhausted. How was he going to deal with the 2 old ancestors of the evil god tribe? You turtle, you're really afraid of death. You're no different from back then. Evil swordsman indifferently glanced at dandan and said disdainfully, "What did you just say? Show me some respect, you're my junior, do you understand?" Dandan was displeased, and she glared at evil swordsman with wide eyes. "Oh, was it? Then one can only leave you here first. Perhaps you can delay the other party a little." Evil swordsman said indifferently. Dandan immediately wilted. He squeezed out a smile and looked at evil swordsman with a gentle expression, saying, "Don't be like that. One was just joking with you. We're all old acquaintances. Calm down, ha ha." At the side, Lu Ming was full of disdain. The 3 experts from Two World City were also disdainful. This change in attitude was faster than flipping a book. Two World City evil swordsman didn't say anything more, and led everyone to fly at high speed. However, the 2 evil god tribes' old ancestors were getting closer and closer, and the distance between the 2 sides was getting shorter and shorter. "You will die today." "No, I won't let you die. I will extract your souls and make you suffer." One of the evil god race's old ancestors spoke coldly. They were truly furious. After much difficulty, they finally found a passage to the primordial realm. As long as they took down this passage, they could send an army into the primordial realm. In that case, it would be much easier to attack the Taiching Heaven region. But now it was all ruined. Even though the passageway was a Khanate passageway, It would still reveal itself and return to its original state with the passage of time. However, it would definitely take a long time. The most important thing was that the old ancestor-level figures, had personally made a move, but their plan had actually been ruined by a few juniors. It was really embarrassing. Their killing intent was naturally heavy. They kept closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. This made Dandan's face pale. On the other hand, evil swordsman was very calm. He enveloped Lu Ming and the others with his own energy and flew at top speed. Suddenly, the flying evil swordsman stopped. "Hey, why aren't you running anymore?" Dandan's face turned even paler. "Wait for them," evil swordsman said indifferently, and the others were confused. The two evil god race's old ancestors were also stunned, and doubt flashed through their eyes. They didn't understand why evil swordsman suddenly stopped. But they didn't stop and continued to chase. When they were about to approach Lu Ming and the rest, the sky suddenly shone with a dazzling radiance. Figures appeared in the sky. Among these figures there were humans and divine beasts, such as huge and towering divine foxes, great ROCs with wings that could cover the sky, and cheilants covered in scales. There were more than a dozen figures. Kill. Kill all the outsiders. These figures were filled with killing intent. They looked at the two old masters of the evil god race and charged towards them. Lu Ming, Dandan, and the rest were dumbfounded. Obviously, these figures were the immortal imprints left by the peerless powerhouses who died in the ancient times in the heaven realm. He just didn't expect that there would be more than a dozen here. Evil swordsman's eyes dimmed, as if reminiscing. He sighed. Back then, more than a dozen powerhouses died in battle. It was extremely tragic. These powerhouses were unwilling to die, so before they died, they left behind an immortal imprint. Everyone was stunned and then sighed. How many powerhouses were buried in the land under their feet? No wonder evil swordsman would run here. He knew that the imprints of more than a dozen experts were gathered here. If the two evil god tribe patriarchs were still in their full form, these powerful seals would have been completely useless to them. In fact, they wouldn't even have revealed themselves. However, the other party is now heavily injured. Previously, he had disregarded his injuries and unleashed his full strength, causing his injuries to worsen and his combat strength to be greatly reduced. These seals will be of great use to them, Evil Sword Guest said. That was indeed the case. At this moment, the two evil god races' old ancestors were being attacked by more than 10 marks of experts. For the time being, they were unable to charge out at all. Although these marks were not as powerful as when they were alive, they were still very powerful. With more than a dozen of them working together, they completely surrounded the two evil god races' old ancestors, making it impossible for them to break out. Let's go. We'll go to Two World City, Evil Swordsman said. He led Lu Ming and the others toward Two World City in a flash. Evil Swordsman's speed was astonishing, and he seemed to avoid the marks of the experts here, quickly leaving this ancient battlefield. As soon as they left the ancient battlefield, they arrived at an even more vast area. This area was also a battlefield. There were potholes everywhere, and bones could be seen everywhere. The two realms had been fighting on this battlefield for countless years. Countless living beings had fallen on this battlefield. After arriving here, Evil Swordsman's speed became even faster. In an instant, he had traveled 10,000 miles, and soon a huge city appeared in front of him. Although Lu Ming had seen many majestic ancient cities, he still gasped when he saw this huge city. The city walls were made of all kinds of extremely hard metals, and there were countless runes flowing on them. The city wall was shockingly high, towering into the clouds. At a glance, it was at least 100,000 feet high. One could vaguely see soldiers walking on the city wall. The width of the city wall was even more shocking. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see the end of both sides. The Two-World City was called the Two-World City because it separated the two worlds. The Two-World City completely separated the Taiqing Heavenly Region from the Hunyuan Heavenly Region, and blocked the entrance to the Taiqing Heavenly Region. One could only imagine how wide it was. A light shield covered the outside of the city wall. It was a protective shield formed by the formation. The Two-World City was the reason why the Taiqing Heavenly Region, had not been invaded by the foreign tribes for so many years. It seems like the outsiders have already retreated. One of the 3 powerful cultivators from Two World City, an old man, spoke. His name was Song Tianlong. Previously, there had been countless alien races attacking Two World City. Perhaps they had already received news of the ancient battlefield and retreated. They flew up to the same height as the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall could already see them. Song Tianlong, open the array and let us in. Song Tianlong said. It's Lord Song Tianlong. Open the array. A voice came from inside the city wall. Soon, the light shield outside the city wall squirmed, and a door that could only allow one person to pass through appeared. Everyone walked in separately. It's so spectacular. After entering Two World City, he stood high in the sky and looked into the distance. Inside the city walls of Two World City was a vast military camp. There were all kinds of ancient buildings that soared into the sky, and countless people were flying around. It was too spectacular. Previously, everyone was injured, so I will arrange your accommodation. Follow me. Song Tianlong said. Everyone followed him and flew into the distance. Not long after, they arrived at a huge palace. Song Tianlong quickly arranged a place for them to stay. In a courtyard. Dandan, protect me first, Lu Ming said to Dandan. He then sat down cross-legged. Previously, when the divine 9-dragon cauldron flew into his glabella, 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence scattered all over his body. In addition, there was another drop of blood that also flew into his body. Lu Ming did not have the time to observe it. First, Lu Ming checked his body. Previously, when the 9 drops of 9 dragon blood essence flew out, he felt a sense of emptiness and the strength of his physical body weakened greatly. But now not only had his physical strength completely recovered, but he was also full of energy. Some of the injuries he had suffered before had also completely healed. At the same time, he could feel that his physical body was much stronger than before. Could it be that when the blood essence of the 9 dragons flew into the divine 9-dragon cauldron, it brought out some power, so my body transformed again and became stronger? Lu Ming made a guess. Chapter 2219 Abnormal Bloodline. Lu Ming felt that his physical body was much stronger than before. With a slight movement, his muscles trembled and a dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming's blood seemed to have countless tiny 9 dragons jumping around. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This was a good thing. The stronger his physical body was, the stronger his battle prowess would be, and the more vigorous his life force would be. Then Lu Ming's soul force sank into his sea of consciousness, and observed the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron had been floating in his spiritual ocean ever since it had entered. The 9 cauldrons were dull and lightless. Even the patterns on them were deathly still, as if they had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming materialized in his sea of consciousness and observed carefully. He tried to activate the divine 9-dragon cauldron one last time, but there was no reaction at all. The divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to have lost its spirituality. It seems that the divine 9-dragon cauldron has been greatly damaged in this battle. It has no energy left, can't be restored, and can't be controlled. Lu Ming speculated. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. If he could control the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he would become a top powerhouse in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not revive the divine 9-dragon cauldron. There was no movement at all. Thinking about it, it made sense. During this period of time, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had gone through 2 battles in a row. When Lu Ming first came, the divine 9-dragon cauldron brought along the 9 dragon veins, and fought against the 4 unparalleled powerhouses of the evil god tribe at their peak. In the end, the 4 patriarchs of the evil god tribe were severely injured. The divine 9-dragon cauldron definitely played a huge role. The divine 9-dragon cauldron itself was smashed into the ground, and almost lost its spirituality. It was Lu Ming who activated it with the blood essence of the 9 dragons that allowed it to be revived. However, after a battle, the divine 9-dragon cauldron even manifested 9 dragons at the end. However, the 9 dragons self-destructed in the end. The damage to the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely serious. It was not difficult to understand why it had fallen to this state. Can you take it out? Lu Ming pondered. After many attempts, he could finally summon the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron from his sea of consciousness. However, he could not unleash its power. It was like a useless cauldron. Forget it. Lu Ming shook his head. He planned to study the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron when he had the chance in the future. Right, there was a drop of blood that flew into my body earlier. What kind of creature's blood was that? Where is it? Lu Ming thought of the mysterious drop of blood. Lu Ming was a little worried that a drop of mysterious blood had flown into his body. He carefully searched his body. However, there was no trace of that drop of blood on his body. No, something's wrong with my heart. In the end, Lu Ming found an abnormality in the position of his heart. His soul power sank into his heart, and as expected, he found a drop of blood. This drop of blood was crystal clear. And there was a small true dragon swimming in it. Could this be the blood of a true dragon? Could it be that true dragon? Lu Ming thought of the true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe in the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming tried to guess if the true dragon was injured, and a drop of blood flew into his body. Lu Ming's soul force approached the drop of blood, and tried to control it. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the blood. The dragon's roar was filled with endless majesty and an ancient feeling. It was as if it was in existence from countless years ago that had pierced through time and carried a thick aura of time. Roar! The dragon's roar was endless. That drop of blood actually moved and turned into a true dragon. It roared towards the sky, and its pair of dragon eyes were like two suns. Lu Ming was shocked because he realized that the true dragon formed by this drop of blood was exactly the same as the true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe. At this moment, the true dragon's gaze was not directed at Lu Ming's soul force, but in another direction. It was the direction of Lu Ming's spine, which was also the direction of the third blood meridian. Kill. At this moment, the third bloodline seemed to have resonated with something. A deafening roar came from the third bloodline. This voice was filled with endless killing intent, and it almost shattered Lu Ming's soul. Kill! Kill! Roars filled with killing intent came one after another. The drop of blood from the third bloodline seemed to have turned into a vast sea of blood. The blood waves rolled, and the killing intent was endless. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that things had exceeded his expectations. He could not control the third bloodline at all, nor could he control that drop of true dragon blood. Kill! In the blood sea, the battle cries grew louder and louder. The endless amount of blood turned into a human face, but then it turned into a beast's face and kept changing. At this moment, the endless power in the sea of blood seemed to be about to rush out and annihilate Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming was trapped in endless killing intent, and turned into a killing puppet. No! Lu Ming roared. His soul glowed and he guarded his heart. However, the power of the blood sea was getting stronger and stronger, and its killing intent was overwhelming. Roar! At this moment, the true dragon formed by the drop of true dragon blood roared at the sky. It gave off an ancient dragon's might as if it was fighting against the third bloodline. What's going on? Why did he suddenly lose control of his bloodline? Could it be related to this drop of true dragon blood? However, how could the true dragon's blood cause the third bloodline to mutate? It seems like the true dragon's blood is the enemy of the third bloodline. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He guarded his heart, and did not allow the endless killing intent in the third bloodline to be destroyed. Otherwise, he would really be reduced to a killing puppet forever. However, the power from the third bloodline was too strong, completely surpassing his. At this moment, outside, Dandan was sizing up Lu Ming curiously. He could not hear anything that was happening inside Lu Ming's body, not even the shocking dragon's roar, or the terrifying battle cry. It seemed that only Lu Ming could hear it. The only abnormality was that Lu Ming's body was trembling nonstop. His entire body was shrouded in a blood-red light, and his expression was somewhat ferocious. What's wrong with this kid? Even a drop of ancestral dragon blood wouldn't be like this, right? Dandan mumbled to herself and paced around Lu Ming. wanting to help him but not knowing how to intervene. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had entered a critical stage. Lu Ming's soul force was enveloped by a layer of blood qi. Endless killing intent was constantly attacking Lu Ming's soul. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger and stronger. It was as if he would only stop after he had killed everyone in the world. Buzz. At this moment, there was another wave coming from Lu Ming's spine. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged on its own and grew to 100,000 feet tall, emitting endless light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's own feeling. The people outside could not see it. The words on the prison-suppressing steel shone even brighter. Finally, 3 words emerged from the steel and pressed down on the third bloodline. Kill. The third bloodline's blood waves surged into the sky and attacked the 3 words. However, the prison-suppressing steel's huge body pressed down. It grew bigger and bigger, standing above the blood sea. A mysterious energy kept pouring into the blood sea. The ancestor of the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon. There were already 2 fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. They were shining with boundless light and suppressing power. They kept pressing down on the blood sea. In the blood sea, the giant face kept changing. It turned into the faces of all kinds of living beings. At the same time, they kept roaring, as if they were very unwilling. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood roared, and seemed to be suppressing the third bloodline together with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Gradually, the waves of blood in the third bloodline became smaller, and the killing intent faded. Finally, it turned back into the form of a drop of blood, and hid in Lu Ming's spine. Following that, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline's glow disappeared, and it flew into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. At this moment, Lu Ming's body stopped trembling. The blood qi in his body had disappeared. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood let out a loud roar before it transformed back into a drop of blood, and rushed into Lu Ming's heart. Following that, the drop of blood turned into tiny blood threads that swam through Lu Ming's blood vessels, and seeped into his muscles and bones. Ka-cha-cha. Lu Ming's muscles began to wriggle, and his bones and bones shook. Thunder and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Lu Ming's physical body was being tempered, and it was constantly improving. So good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that his physical body was becoming stronger rapidly. He could clearly feel the speed at which he was becoming stronger. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that his physical body had doubled in strength and the drop of blood had become smaller. It was only a little, about 1% smaller. At this moment, the drop of blood no longer emitted blood threads. It calmed down and seemed to have fused with the heart. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt sticky all over. It was the impurities discharged from the depths of his body. With a thought, a flame spread out from his body, burning away these impurities. The strength of my physical body has doubled. My combat strength has also increased by a large margin. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Then he saw a fair and tender face enlarging in front of his eyes. The face scrutinized Lu Ming, left and right. Dandan, what are you looking at? Lu Ming pursed his lips. Kid, you have a lot of secrets. Dandan's eyes darted around, becoming more and more curious. Right, let me ask you something. What blood is this? Lu Ming focused his mind on his heart. With a thought, the drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. A true dragon could be seen swimming inside. Dandan's eyes were wide open, staring at the drop of blood. Could this be the blood of the injured true dragon? Lu Ming said. Fuck, let me tell you, that true dragon wasn't a true dragon, it was formed from this drop of blood. Dandan said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. The true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe's old ancestor in the ancient battlefield was actually formed from this drop of blood. It was just a drop of blood, but it actually had such shocking power? Are you surprised? Let me tell you, this isn't essence blood, it's just a drop of blood. If I'm not wrong, this should be a drop of ordinary blood from the ancestral dragon. Dandan said, her eyes still staring at the drop of blood. Slowly, they became fiery and revealed a greedy look, as if she wanted to swallow the drop of blood in one gulp. Lu Ming quickly kept the drop of blood and kept it in his heart. Ancestral dragon? What's an ancestral dragon? Lu Ming was even more curious because he had never heard of this name. Ancestral dragon, that's a legend. It's said that he's the oldest true dragon in the world, the ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon in the LAN Yun world, Dandan said slowly. Her eyes seemed to show a trace of respect. The ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon. Lu Ming was also shocked. This was incredible. Could it be that the ancestral dragon is stronger than the 9 dragons? Lu Ming continued to ask. Nonsense, what are 9 dragons? The 9 dragons are just a mutation of the real dragon. They are more talented than ordinary real dragons, which is why they have such achievements. However, they are nothing compared to the ancestral dragon. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon is a truly invincible existence, above the heavenly Tao. In other words, even the heavenly Tao has to submit to him. How is this possible? The celestial Arch controls the heavenly Tao, which is the pinnacle of martial Tao. He's on equal footing with the heavenly Tao, so how can there be any living being that can transcend the heavenly Tao? Lu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. In his knowledge, the celestial emperor was the limit. He was on the same level as the heavenly Tao, had no heavenly tribulation, was immortal, and lived as long as the heaven and earth. However, there was actually a living being that could transcend above the heavenly Tao. This really broke his understanding. Finally, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and asked suspiciously, "Are you bragging again? Who's tricking you? Let me tell you, I was lucky enough to see the ancestral dragon once, so I'm very familiar with his aura. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. The drop of blood you got was a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. I guess it was left by the ancestral dragon to suppress that passageway," Dandan said. "No way. Does that mean the ancestral dragon has an enemy?" Lu Ming's heart trembled. The ancestral dragon left a drop of blood to suppress the passage. Obviously, the ancestral dragon was from the heaven realm. However, he only left a drop of blood and his real body was not there. This meant that the ancestral dragon had an enemy. If it was really as Dandan said, that the ancestral dragon was that powerful, then the situation was really serious. Could it be that there were such terrifying existences on the side of the alien race? Dandan also frowned, and her face was rare to see. She said, "Obviously, there are also existences at that level in the alien tribes. Otherwise, the heaven realm wouldn't have fallen to this point. Once the ancestral dragon appears, even the celestial emperor can't defeat him. Unfortunately, I've never seen an existence at that level." Lu Ming sighed. The war between the two worlds was more tragic than he had imagined. With his cultivation, he could not interfere at all. The difference was too great. "Ancestral dragon blood?" he asked. "Why would the blood of the ancestral dragon appear on me? Is it related to the blood essence of the 9 dragons? It's most likely the case." "Kid, you are really blessed. Even 1 am envious of you. Although this drop of blood is only an ordinary drop of blood of the ancestor dragon, and it has been consumed in the previous battle, it is still extraordinary. If you can refine it, the benefits will be amazing. I am so jealous of you. What virtue do you have?" At the end of her sentence, Dandan's eyes turned red. She was really jealous. He paced around Lu Ming, wishing he could bite Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his scalp turning numb. He chided. "What are you looking at? Get lost. By the way, how many days have we been back?" "It's already been 10 days. Dandan licked her lips. 10 days? That's fast." Lu Ming muttered. He felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect that it would be 10 days. "I wonder how senior evil swordsman is doing?" Lu Ming thought of evil swordsman Jian, feiliu, Mulan and a few others. He walked out of the courtyard and headed to another one. Chapter 22-21. To the G11 family, the courtyard where evil swordsman was staying was near Lu Ming and the rest. Senior sister Mulan. When Lu Ming walked into evil swordsman's courtyard, he happened to see Mulan alone in Arichi courtyard, cultivating a set of sword technique. Mulan stopped her cultivation when she saw Lu Ming. She glided over with a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries? One went to see you 2 days ago and saw that you were still cultivating. I'm completely fine. It's been many years since we last met. Senior sister, you've become even more beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and teased her. Is that so? Mulan's smile grew wider. She then pretended to sigh and said, It's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it. How could this be? Who doesn't know how to appreciate it? They're simply blind. Lu Ming continued to smile, which made Mulan's smile even brighter. Right, where's Senior Evil Swordsman? How's his injury? Lu Ming asked. You've come at a bad time. Senior Evil Swordsman left yesterday and returned to the ancient battlefield with Jian feiliu. Mulan said. He left. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Senior Evil Swordsman said that had better live in that ancient battlefield, where he's more free. Mulan said. Lu Ming nodded. Perhaps Evil Swordsman had many comrades in that ancient battlefield. In the war that year, countless people had died and countless friends had been buried there. How could he not feel pain? Senior Evil Swordsman also said that although that passage has completely collapsed, it's estimated that it'll reappear in 100 years. Mulan said again, frowning. On the other side of the passage was Yuan continent, where her family and friends were. 100 years. The Outlanders won't be able to get through in 100 years. Lu Ming's eyes opened and closed, revealing a strong sense of confidence. Oh, senior sister apprentice, 111 leave here soon, come with us? Lu Ming said. All right. Mulan nodded. Now that she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless master, her cultivation was already at the limit of emperor-to-be. It was only a matter of time before she became an emperor. Once one became a monarch, as long as they survived the heavenly monarch tribulation, they would have a long lifespan. So now she would no longer run away. She wanted to grasp her own happiness. The two of them went back to the courtyard where Lu Ming used to be and found dandan. Not long after, they found Song Tianlong and bade him farewell. They then flew toward the east of Two World City. In ancient times, dandan knew a person who had not even become a sovereign, but had already mastered many laws. That person had been researching for his entire life. In his later years he made a major breakthrough, and might be able to help Lu Ming find a way to become a saint emperor. Now they were going to that person's family to find that method. That family was located in the southern part of the Tai Ching heavenly region. The Tai Ching heavenly region could be said to be the largest heavenly region among the 9 heavenly regions in Rhe heaven realm. It was as vast as the Yuan continent. The Two World City was located in the westernmost part of Rhe Tai Ching heavenly region. Not long after, they flew out of the Two World City. What came into view were vast mountains. The peaks rose into the clouds one after another, as if there was no end to them. The heaven realm's original chi is indeed richer than Rhe primordial realms, and the nomological laws are also clearer. Perhaps only the strongest land in Rhe primordial realm's 10 lands, the land of divine destiny, can compare. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Then the three of them took to the air and flew away. He was very familiar with the heaven realm. They flew over mountains, and there was a public teleportation area. They were going to rake the teleportation array to the south of the Tai Ching heavenly region. Half a month later, they had arrived at the southern part of the Tai Ching heavenly region, and were flying in an isolated area. At a glance, this place was a boundless sea of bamboo. Whether it was a high mountain or a plain, it was covered with bamboo. There were all kinds of bamboo. Dandan, we've been searching for so many days. Did you take Rhe wrong way? Lu Ming asked. How is that possible? The Gu family is in this area, living in seclusion in a purple bamboo forest. They won't move if there's no major problem. Dandan said. The three of them looked around, searching for Rhe purple bamboo forest. Another half a day passed. I found it. Dandan shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming and Mulan followed him. Soon, a sea of bamboo appeared in front of them. It was all purple bamboo. At first glance it was a purple ocean. It was a purple bamboo, and even IRS leaves were purple. The bamboo pole was sparkling and translucent. as if it was carved out of beautiful purple jade. In the depths of the bamboo forest, they saw a palace. It was extremely elegant and was embellished in the boundless purple ocean. Haha, so many years have passed, and they are still here. Let's go. Dandan smiled and flew towards the palace. But before they could fly far, a few figures rushed out from the bamboo forest below and blocked them. There were a total of 3 people, 1 middle-aged man and 2 young men. They all had one thing in common. They all wore jade crowns and white robes, looking very refined. How many of you? This is my home. May I know why you have come to my home? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said politely, We came to my home to find someone, of course. Dandan said casually, Looking for someone? I wonder who you are looking for? The middle-aged man asked. Lone Star Sky, are Gu Xingyue and the others around? Oh, come and find them. Dandan said. His words made the 3 Gu family members' expressions change drastically, becoming somewhat unsightly. Little brother, the 2 you mentioned are my Gu family's ancestors. Moreover, it's too disrespectful for you to call them by their names. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it and said unhappily, What disrespect? They are just my juniors. If one don't call them by their names, what should I call them? Dandan pouted. How dare you? I think you're here to find trouble. Do you really think that my family is easy to bully? A young man shouted angrily. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand, and Sword Chi soared into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression was also very ugly. How old did she look? He actually said that the 2 ancestors of the Gu family were his juniors. It was obvious that he was here to find trouble and insult the Gu family. Nest 111 tell you the truth. These people actually want to fight. Dandan cried out. Lu Ming was speechless. How could you say that? It would be strange if others weren't angry at you for saying this. At this time, in the depths of RHEC of bamboo, there were figures flying out. It was obvious that the commotion here had alarmed the Gu family. There were dozens of people in total, some old and some young, but they all had one thing in common. They all wore snow-white long robes. No matter if they were men or women, they all looked very elegant. What's going on? An old man with a flowing white beard asked. Before the Gu family's people could answer, Dandan shouted first. They're called the Lone Star Sky. Gu Xingyue, come out and see me. My old friends are here to see them. How audacious. How dare you insult my Gu family's ancestor? Instantly, the Gu family members were all furious and roared angrily. What? Ancestor? Could it be that Gu Xingyue and Gu Xingkong are both dead? No way. Dandan shouted. Fighting against the geniuses of the Gu clan, Lu Ming was speechless. Why did this guy say anything? As expected, the Gu family members were furious. Even the elders were furious, and a terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. Nest Great Emperor, this time it's all because of this guy, Dandan. Lu Ming could sense that 2 of them were exuding the aura of a great emperor. Hey, what are you guys doing? The Gu family is known as a gentleman's family, and all of you claim to be gentlemen. So you also want to bully the weak and win with numbers? Dandan shouted. Hearing this, the eyes of the elders and middle-aged men of the Gu family flashed. They all concealed their auras, but the anger in their eyes could not be extinguished. You have to be taught a lesson for insulting the ancestors of my Gu family. Otherwise, you really think that my Gu family is easy to bully. My Gu family will not bully the weak with our strength and win with numbers. Today let me meet you. A cold voice was heard, and then a young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a jade crown and a long robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was very handsome. Seeing this young man walk out, the Gu family didn't stop him. Instead, they looked confident, as if they had faith in this young man. Your cultivation level is too low. I'm not interested. Lu Ming, I'll leave it to you. Dandan waved her hand, showing no interest at all, which made the young man in white even angrier. I'm Guingzhong, who can give me some pointers? The white-robed young man held back his anger and cupped his fists. This Gu family, each and every one of them is really gentlemanly. Lu Ming thought that he had heard Dandan mention this lonely family on the way here. In Dandan's words, the Gus were a group of wooden blocks with rigid brains, not knowing how to be flexible, and self-proclaimed gentlemen. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. However, Dandan had a good relationship with a few people from the Lone family. Lu Ming, please. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. Be careful, Gu Yingcheng said. Then the sound of a sword rang out. A long sword appeared in Gu Yingcheng's hand. An extremely bright sword light slashed towards Lu Ming, 3-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming could tell Gu Yingcheng's cultivation level the moment he attacked. Boom. Lu Ming made his move. He was very direct as he struck out with his palm. This palm did not use any laws. It was just the explosion of physical body and saint power. Boom. Lu Ming's palm landed on the other party's sword gleam. The sword gleam trembled and howled. In the end, the sword gleam collapsed and Lu Ming was forced to retreat dozens of meters. What powerful physical strength. Are you an immemorial body cultivator? No, your power is saint energy. You haven't become a saint emperor yet. At first, Guing thought that Lu Ming was an immemorial body cultivator. But then he realized that Lu Ming was using saint energy. Once one became a saint emperor, the saint energy would be transformed into world energy. However, Lu Ming was still using saint energy, which meant that he had not become a saint emperor. This shocked Gu Yingcheng. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. To be able to receive a heavy blow from Guing even before becoming an emperor, this strength was shocking enough. One had to know that Gu Yingzhong was the #1 genius of the Gu family. He was a character that only appeared once every 100,000 years. Use your full strength. Like this you can't win against me, Lu Ming said. He knew that Gu Yingcheng had not used his full strength. The attack just now was just a test. You haven't become a saint emperor yet. Although your battle strength is amazing, you're no match for me. Guing spoke again, full of confidence. You didn't go all out in the battle. How do you know? Lu Ming was also very confident. Since that's the case, let's fight. Gu Yingzhong's fighting spirit was revealed. His long sword trembled, and the sound of the sword was endless. The power of laws burst out, making Gu Yingzhong's sword qi even more astonishing. 2 types of laws. One is an ultimate law, and the other is a type of king path law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh. The lone shadow moved again. He became one with his sword and turned into a sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, and the sword of death condensed. At the same time, long rivers of laws appeared on his body. This time, the Gu family members were really shocked. Heavens, what did one just see? 4 types of laws. He has control over 4 types of laws. He hasn't even become a saint emperor yet. How can he control 4 types of nomological laws? It's said that my Gu family has an ancestor who was extremely talented. Before he became a sovereign, he had also mastered many laws. The Gu family's crowd burst into heated discussions. Gu Yingzhong's eyes also flickered, but his sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming waved the sword of death and met the attack. Boom. The 2 of them collided, and a shocking collision erupted. Sword qi raged and many of the Gu family's people retreated. After the 2 of them collided, their bodies trembled, and they retreated tens of meters. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated a shorter distance. He's at the 2nd realm of the strongest laws. He's not weaker than LAN Yun, Yanxi and the others. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Gu Yingcheng's 2 types of laws, the strongest of which had already entered the 2nd realm. And his cultivation was at the 3-star illusionary emperor level. Without a doubt he was a top-notch heaven's favorite. If it was before, Lu Ming's sword of death only contained 4 types of laws, and would not be a match for such a prodigy. However, due to the condensation of the ancestral dragon blood, Lu Ming's physical body was twice as strong as before. This also made his combat strength stronger. Therefore Lu Ming had the upper hand by casting 4 types of laws. Again, the battle intent in Gu Yingzhong's eyes grew stronger, and his aura also grew stronger. 3 types of laws. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. A 3rd law appeared on the lone shadow. This was a king path law. and it seemed to have reached the second realm. This was a heaven's favorite who was stronger than LAN Yun, Yanxi, and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword light tore through the air and headed for Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the sword of death and charged at the other party. Clang! Clang! The two of them kept clashing in the air. The sword chi was overflowing, and the sound of the sword was thousands of miles away. Fortunately, someone from the Gu family had acted and created a light screen to block the purple bamboo forest below. Otherwise, the purple bamboo forest within 10,000 miles would have been destroyed by the sword chi. The two of them were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. Roar! The more he fought, the faster Lu Ming's chi and blood circulated. A dragon's roar was heard from his body, and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Lu Ming himself was also stunned. Back then, when his cultivation base was still weak, dragon scales had already appeared on the surface of his skin because of his 9-dragon bloodline. However, as his cultivation level increased, he could control the bloodline of the 9 dragons at will. Dragon scales no longer appeared on his body, but now when he circulated his body to the extreme, a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Perhaps this is related to the ancestral dragon blood. Lu Ming thought of the ancestral dragon blood. Previously, he had refined a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood to allow his body to expand. Now that the battle was at its most intense, his blood chi was surging and boiling, causing the dragon scales to appear. Chapter 2223 Dandan reveals her true form. Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed. Even though the lone shadow used 3 types of laws, 2 of which were at the second realm, they were still blocked by Lu Ming and could not do anything to him. Buzz! Suddenly, Gu Yingzhong's sword buzzed, and the sword light became even more brilliant. This is the 4th law. This time, even Lu Ming was shocked. Gu Yingchong had actually mastered a 4th type of law, which was also a king path law. Fortunately, it was only at Rhe first realm, not the second realm. But this was no small matter. A 3-star illusionary emperor, and at such a young age at that. Yet he had already mastered 4 types of laws, 1 ultimate law and 3 king path laws. Furthermore, the strongest law and one of the king path laws had reached the second realm. The other 2 king path laws were also at the completion of the first realm. This kind of talent could be said to be shocking. For example, LAN Yun and Van Shi, who were known as the top geniuses of the heaven realm, were about the same age as Gu Yingzhong, but they had only mastered 2 types of laws. I didn't expect the Gu family to produce another top-notch heaven's favorite, Dandan whispered, her eyes also revealing a look of admiration. Many of the Gu family's people also revealed proud expressions. Boom! Using the 4th type of nomological law, although it was only at the completion of the first realm, it still increased Gu Yingchong's strength. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying. Lu Ming, I have to admit that your abilities are indeed shocking. It's the first time I've seen you in my life. On account that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, forget about today's matter. You can leave. Gu Ying said. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Gu Yingzhong could indeed be considered a gentleman. Not everyone had such magnanimity. However, Lu Ming's purpose for coming here today had not been achieved. How could he leave just like that? But our battle is not over yet. Lu Ming smiled again. You still haven't used your full strength? Gu Yingzhong's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. The color of the death sword in his hand became even more dazzling. There were now 2 more colors. It was the laws of alchemy and weapons. 6 types of laws. Gu Yingzhong exclaimed in shock, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. He had yet to become a saint emperor, but he could actually control 6 types of laws. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the legend was true? That one of their ancestors had also mastered many laws before he became a sovereign? At first, some people were skeptical about the legend of their ancestor, who had yet to become a sovereign, but had already mastered multiple nomological laws. This was because such a thing was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, such a long time had passed, so who knew if this legend was true or false? However, after seeing Lu Ming today, they knew that the legend was true. However, their shock was not over yet. A hammer appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. The Chaos Hammer. It was formed by the laws of chaos and the other 6 laws. This time, the Gu family members were completely stunned. Even Gu Yingchong was the same. They only reacted after a long time. My God, an ultimate maxim, 2 ultimate maxims. A person who hasn't even become a sovereign not only controls many laws, but also 2 ultimate laws at the same time. How did he do it? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Regardless of whether they were the older or younger members of the Gu family, they were all shocked beyond words. Controlling 2 ultimate maxims had completely broken their understanding of maxims. Naturally, they were shocked. Buzz. 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 At this moment, a group of people flew out from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. There were at least 100 of them, and a few of them were emitting shocking cultivation. They were all great emperors. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The heaven realm was indeed worthy of its name. It had been passed down for countless years, and its experts were indeed amazing. It was just a lone family, but there were already 4 to 5 great emperors. It was hard to imagine. For example, there weren't many great emperors in the entire region of Mount Yuan. In fact, it wasn't that the primordial realm's strength was that far from Rhe heaven realm's. There was a difference, but it was not so ridiculous. The main thing was that many strong practitioners of Rhe primordial realm had left the primordial realm and come to the heaven realm to participate in the war and cultivate. Some of the overlord forces in the divine fared land were also very powerful, and there were many experts who stayed there. Greetings, Patriarch. The members of the Gu family all bowed to a middle-aged man. This person was the Gu family's master. All right, let's end this battle here. The master of the Gu family spoke. Yes. Guing nodded, retracted his aura, and rook a few steps back. The Gu family's master looked at Lu Ming in amazement. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the world. He hasn't even become a sovereign, but he has mastered so many laws, even 2 ultimate laws. Or a miracle. Master Gu is too kind, but it's a pity that it's difficult to become an emperor. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, my Gu family's ancestor also had an extremely talented figure. He controlled many nomological laws before he became a sovereign. It's a pity that he didn't become a sovereign in the end. You all came here because you heard the legend of my Gu family's ancestor, right? The Gu family's master said. Yes, that's true. Lu Ming nodded. Since you have a favor to ask of me, why did you insult my ancestors? An old man from the Gu family walked out, his face still somewhat indignant. The Gu family's master also looked at Dandan. What insult? What do you juniors know? I already know Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingtian, and that Gu Lingtian who has mastered many types of nomological laws even before he became a great emperor is my good friend. Dandan said loudly. You still dare to? The people of the Gu family were furious. The master of the Gu family raised his hand, and the people of the Gu family quieted down. May I ask who you are? The master of the Gu family asked. Then you guys should see clearly. Dandan curled his lips, and his body suddenly changed into his original body. Then his body rapidly grew in size, turning into an incomparably huge tortoise that floated in the sky. This is the legendary top 10 battle beast, the world turtle. Someone exclaimed in shock. All the members of the Gu family widened their eyes. The top 10 war beasts had already become legends and were no longer seen. In the battle of the ancient past, the top 10 war beasts had either died or were injured. They had long disappeared. Many people speculated that the top 10 war beasts might have all died in battle. He didn't expect that one of the top 10 war beasts, the world turtle, would actually appear here. Is it the legendary senior turtle? The master of the Gu family was the first to react. Of course, you're my old man. The giant turtle opened its mouth and quickly shrank, turning back into the appearance of a little Taoist priest. Senior turtle, what's with your cultivation? The master of the Gu family asked with a respectful attitude. That was because there were indeed records in the Gu family's ancient books that a few of the Gu family's ancestors had a close relationship with the divine turtle of the world. Can become a divine emperor, sigh. It's all because of that battle back then that I almost died. If it weren't for my unparalleled divine skills, you wouldn't have been able to see me. Dandan started sighing, but she quickly regained her spirits and said, "Who's the oldest in the Gu family now?" The oldest member of the Gu family is Ancestor Ling Tian's son, Ancestor Gu Xinghui. Gu Xinghui, so it's that little brat. Ask him to come and see me. Dandan said in a carefree manner, with the appearance of a senior expert. The other members of the Gu family felt their eyelids twitching, and their expressions turned ugly. Gu Xinghui was the old ancestor of the Gu family. He had lived since the ancient times and had lived for a long time. Now he was called a little brat. What were they then? However, when he remembered that the other party was the world turtle from back then, he felt at ease. Back then, the top 10 war beasts were all peak experts. The number of years they had lived was also shocking. Senior Turtle, please wait a moment. I'll go report this to the ancestor. The master of the Gu family cupped his fists and walked towards the palace in the depths of the Gu family. Ming and the rest did not have to wait long before they saw the master of the Gu family, and an old man with white hair flying over. The old man had a ruddy complexion and white hair. He was in high spirits and his eyes were extremely bright. The master of the Gu family followed behind the old man with a respectful expression. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The Gu family members bowed to the old man at the same time. Needless to say, this person was the oldest ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Xinghui. No need to be so polite. Gu Xinghui waved his hand and looked at Dandan. He spread out his spiritual sense to sense Dandan's aura, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Senior Turtle, it's you. Ha, that's me. You little brat. I haven't seen you for so many years and you've become so old. Haha, I'm still the younger one. Dandan laughed. Senior Turtle, I just heard that there's a young brother who has yet to become a sovereign. But he has already mastered many nomological laws, even 2 ultimate maxims. Are you here for the method left behind by father? Gu Xinghui asked directly. That's right. I heard that Gu Lingtian has been researching for his entire life, and when he was about to die, he gained a lot. So, one want to see what he has found. Dandan said. Gu Xinghui looked at Ming in surprise. He had lived for a long time. When he heard that someone could control so many laws, even 2 ultimate laws, before becoming a sovereign, even he couldn't help but be shocked and curious. Little brother, can you show me your nomological laws? Gu Xinghui said. All right. Ming nodded. With a thought, 7 types of laws appeared one after another. Gu Xinghui's eyes were extremely bright as he sighed repeatedly. Miracle, what a miracle. After a while he said, my father did have a great breakthrough back then. He said that he finally found the way to become a saint emperor. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach it himself. He could only leave it to the fated. Ming's eyes lit up and his heart could not help but beat faster. Gu Xinghui's words obviously meant that Gu Lingtian had really found a way back then. Haha, Gu Lingtian is indeed a rare hero. I didn't expect him to find a way. It's a pity for him. If he wasn't so ambitious, his achievements wouldn't be any less than mine. Dandan sighed. It was rare to see such an exaggerated person. Gu Xinghui's eyes were also a little dim. Senior Turtle, please follow me, said Gu Xinghui. Then he made a gesture of invitation and walked towards the depths of the Gu family. Ming, Dandan, and Mulan followed. The other members of the Gu family also left. Ming and the other 2 followed Gu Xinghui and flew across a large area of halls, arriving at a peaceful place. It was very quiet here, and there was only a small house made of purple bamboo. It was quiet and elegant. There was a small courtyard outside the small house. There was a stone table with a few stone stools beside it. Senior Turtle, please take a seat. I'll be right back, Gu Xinghui said, and then walked into the bamboo house. After a while he took out a bronze box and walked out. This is what my father left behind, Gu Xinghui said. Then he opened the bronze box and a jade box appeared. My father put all his research in this jade box. However, no one has been able to open it since my father passed away. There is a formation on it. If you open it by force, the jade box and the things inside it will be destroyed. Gu Xinghui said. It can't be opened? It can't be. Dandan was speechless. Lu Ming's heart sank. That's right. However, I'm guessing that father wants to leave it for someone fated, such as young brother Lu Ming, who has yet to become a great emperor, but has already mastered many types of laws. Young brother Lu Ming, you can take a look at it. Perhaps you can open it. Gu Xinghui passed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and studied it carefully. The surface of the jade box was covered with dense runes. Lu Ming looked at it for a long time, but could not find anything. Let me see. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming passed the jade box to Dandan, and she studied it carefully. He was an expert in formations, and as expected, he had made a huge discovery. His eyes lit up and he said, no wonder no one can open it. It turns out that it requires such conditions. Huh? Dandan, you can tell? Lu Ming asked. Of course, don't you know who I am? The head of the top 10 battle beasts, the world god turtle. I can't see it without a formation. If you want to open this jade box, you need 2 conditions. First, I need to use saint energy. Second, 5 types of nomological laws need to be used at the same time. But there are no rules on which 5 types of nomological laws to use. These 2 conditions are very simple individually, but when put together, it's very harsh, because the 2 conditions need to be completed by the same person. Dandan explained. The few of them were stunned for a moment before they immediately reacted. This condition was very obvious. It required a person who had yet to become a divine emperor, but could master 5 types of laws at the same time. This was what Gu Lingtian had left for people like him. Lu Ming, take it and try it. Dandan handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and circulated his holy power according to Dandan's instructions. He controlled the 5 types of laws at the same time, and shrouded the jade box. Buzz. As expected, the jade box started to move. It began to glow, and the runes on it flowed. Finally, with a kacha sound, the jade box opened. There was a jade token in the jade box. It's open. Gu Xinghui was also very excited. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulan were also very excited. Lu Ming, hurry up and take a look. Is there a way for you to successfully vindicate your Tao and become an emperor? Dandan said excitedly. Lu Ming took a deep breath, took out the jade card, and sank his spiritual sense into it. My life is Gu Lingtian. Immediately, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. After a long while, Lu Ming put down the jade token, and looked surprised. There's really a way. I can become an emperor. Another path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming found out about Gu Lingtian's life from the jade token. Gu Lingtian was a peerless talent and a peerless heaven's favorite. He was the most dazzling star in the heaven realm during that era. However, Gu Lingtian's heart was higher than the sky. He wanted to walk a different path. A path that no one had ever walked before. Or a path that no one had ever walked. Before he had become a monarch, he had actually relied on his terrifying talent to cultivate several types of laws. He wanted to use the many types of laws to create a small world. When he became a monarch. Unfortunately, he did not walk this path in the end. He was blocked, and this block would last a lifetime. Gu Lingtian had spent his entire life researching, and he had finally found a way in his later years. To be able to control so many laws before becoming a monarch, one had to pay attention to balance. This was because it was too difficult to condense the world core with many types of laws when one became a great emperor. The laws would collide with each other, and burst out with terrifying forces that would tear the saint heart and the body. That was why it was difficult to become an emperor. However, as long as the many laws reached a balance, there would be no tearing force, and one could successfully evolve the saint heart and become an emperor. However, it was very difficult to achieve a balance among the many laws. On this issue, he wasn't the son of God and had an advantage. Since he was the son of God and had mastered one ultimate law, it would be difficult to achieve a balance if he mastered other laws. According to Gu Lingshan's speculations, a king body that could control 3, 6, or 9 king path laws would be able to reach a balance and become a monarch. However, in history, those who had the ability and talent to control multiple laws before becoming a saint emperor were all children of God who controlled the strongest laws. No matter how he matched it, it would be difficult to achieve a balance between the many laws. This was because an ultimate maxim was too powerful, and it was difficult for other maxims to maintain a balance with an ultimate maxim. Gu Lingtian speculated that if a person could control 3 supreme laws and 6 king path laws, they would be able to maintain a balance and successfully develop the world core. Or a person who could control 6 or 9 ultimate maxims could also develop the world core. 3 types of ultimate laws and 6 types of king path laws. I can definitely do it. Lu Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright, and his heart was overwhelmed with ecstasy. He had already mastered 2 ultimate laws and 5 king path laws. He could completely comprehend another ultimate law and king path law. Gu Lingtian had also mentioned that these laws had to be at the same level to maintain balance. For example, if one of the laws had reached the second realm, and the rest were at the first realm, that would not work. Lu Ming was secretly glad that he had not reached the second realm of his laws. As long as he cultivated all these laws to the first realm perfection, he would be able to vindicate his Tao and become a monarch. Lu Ming's words made Dandan and Mulan overjoyed. Lu Ming, quick, let me take a look. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming passed the jade card to Dandan, and she immediately looked at it. After reading it, Dandan fell silent and passed the jade token to Gu Xinghui. After that, Mulan also took it and looked at it. It's a pity. Gu Lingtian is indeed a genius. He mastered an ultimate law and 8 king path laws, but he couldn't reach a balance and become a monarch. Dandan sighed. Gu Xinghui's eyes were filled with sadness. The method recorded by my father seems simple, but it's actually extremely difficult to achieve it. Before becoming a sovereign, it's impossible for ordinary people to master multiple nomological laws. Only the child of God has the talent to do so. However, it's impossible for one person to master more than 2 ultimate maxims at the same time. Therefore, almost no one can achieve such conditions. In my opinion, the method that father developed is completely tailor-made for brother Lu Ming. Gu Xinghui sighed. That's right, that's right. Dandan also sighed. Mulan was also happy for Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can vindicate your Tao and become a saint emperor. This way, you will have fulfilled my father's last wish. Gu Xinghui said. Definitely. Lu Ming was extremely determined. How about this? I'll take you to a place that will help you comprehend many laws. It will help you become a divine emperor earlier, Gu Xinghui said. After that, Gu Xinghui stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulan followed him. They headed towards the depths of the purple bamboo forest. Not long after, they arrived in front of a huge ancient tree. This ancient tree was hundreds of meters tall, and was as thick as a dozen people hugging it. Gu Xinghui waved his hand, and a light door appeared on the ancient tree. So there's a small world hidden here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was obvious that the door of light on the ancient tree was the entrance to the small world. Gu Xinghui entered the door of light. Lu Ming and the rest also entered one by one. As soon as he entered the door of light, he arrived in another world. The laws here are so clear. One feel refreshed and my heart is empty. As soon as they entered the small world, Lu Ming and the rest felt that something was amiss. This was especially true for Lu Ming. He felt as if he was cultivating under the path understanding ancient tree. Follow me. Gu Xinghui smiled and left. After flying for a long distance, they came to a mountain range. However, this mountain range was barren. There was no vegetation at all, only a giant tree in the middle of the mountain range. That is, the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming was dumbfounded at the sight of the huge tree. Yes, there was indeed a path understanding ancient tree here. Although the species was different from the one that Lu Ming had, it was indeed the path understanding ancient tree. This path understanding ancient tree could not be compared to the one Lu Ming had. Lu Ming's one had already taken root on one of the mountain peaks in the mountain and river diagram. It was more than 30 meters tall. However, the one in front of him was at least 1,000 meters tall. The ancient tree towered into the sky, and its branches were surrounded by the great Tao. Everyone felt their hearts become empty, and their minds became incomparably clear. It was many times more effective than the one that Lu Ming had. Good, your Gu family actually secretly cultivated a path-understanding ancient tree. Amazing. Dandan grinned inside, her eyes shining. It's a pity that it hasn't fully matured even after countless years of cultivation. Gu Xinghui sighed. It's already not bad that it could grow to 1,000 meters tall. I had one back then, but it was destroyed in the great battle before it matured. He cast a glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His path-understanding ancient tree was cultivated from a withered branch. That withered branch appeared together with Dandan back then, and they obtained it together. Could it be that it was Dandan's? This was very possible. You can cultivate here from now on, Gu Xinghui said. Good. Lu Ming, this is the most suitable place for you at your current stage, Dandan said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed. His main focus now was to comprehend the laws, so this place was indeed very suitable for him. The 8th and 9th laws. The Gu family's path-understanding ancient tree was already 1,000 meters tall. It was much more effective than his own path-understanding ancient tree. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the laws. You guys can cultivate here. If you need anything, just send me a message. Gu Xinghui left them a voice transmission jade talisman, and disappeared with a flash. The three of them headed toward the path-understanding ancient tree. As they neared, they discovered that a few people were sitting cross-legged under the path-understanding ancient tree, cultivating. It was obvious that they were from the Gu family. Lu Ming finally understood why Gu Ingchong could control 4 types of laws at such a young age. 2 of them had even reached the 2nd level. It definitely had a lot to do with the path-understanding ancient tree. Someone in the Gu family sensed the arrival of the 3 of them. He opened his eyes and looked at the 3 of them in surprise. It was because he did not know Lu Ming and the other 2. However, he was only surprised and didn't say much. This was because this was the Gu family's secret place. Without the Gu family's higher-ups leading the way, no one would be able to find it. Obviously, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulan were able to come in because they were brought here by the Gu family's higher-ups. Since it was the Gu family's higher-ups who brought them here, he naturally would not say anything. Nodding at Lu Ming and the other 2, the person closed his eyes and continued cultivating. You too can cultivate here. I'm going to find a place to enter seclusion and break through to the true Emperor realm. Dandan said. I hope you break through soon. Otherwise, when I become a Saint Emperor, 111 catch up to you very soon. Lu Ming said with a smile. In your dreams, you think you can catch up to me? Dandan pouted unhappily, then her figure flashed and she disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming and Mulan went to the path-understanding ancient tree. They each found a blue stone and sat cross-legged on it. The Tao comprehension ancient tree was thousands of meters tall and extremely huge. Great Taos surrounded its branches and leaves. It was very useful for comprehending nomological laws, or divine power techniques here. One have to comprehend 9 types of laws, 3 types of ultimate laws, and 6 types of king path laws. I'm still missing 1 type of ultimate law and 1 type of king path law. Which 2 should I comprehend? Lu Ming started to think. If it's a king path law, why don't one comprehend the penetration law? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The law of penetration had an amazing penetrative power. If he could comprehend it, his attack power would increase a lot. Furthermore, the 6 feathered divine wings that Dandan had passed on to Lu Ming contained 6 types of laws. Besides the array Tao law, the alchemy Tao law, and the equipment Tao law, the penetration law was also one of them. After comprehending the penetration law, one's body would be able to fly through all obstacles. The increase in speed was also very shocking, so it was included in the 6 feathered divine wings. The 6 feathered divine wings' power would also increase exponentially after comprehending the penetration law. After setting the king path law, he had to decide which supreme law to comprehend. Of the remaining 8 ultimate maxims, Lu Ming had the highest hopes for the law of fate. This was because the laws of fate were indeed incomparably profound and powerful. However, the law of fate had an extremely high requirement for one's talent, and it was also the most difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming thought for a while and shook his head. He ruled out the law of fate. Now that I have the chaos and death laws, I'm not weak in terms of attack. The next law doesn't necessarily have to increase its attack power. It's also very important to increase its defense or vitality. Then the life law. In the end, Lu Ming made the decision to study the life law. Lu Xiangxiang had a body of life, so Lu Ming was much more familiar with the life laws. Also, once one grasped the life law, their vitality would become extremely astonishing. Even if they suffered some fatal injuries, they would be able to quickly recover, greatly increasing their ability to survive. For the next 2 types of laws, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law and the penetration law. Closing his eyes, Lu Ming's mind became empty. His mind and spirit became one with the heaven and earth, capturing the fluctuations of the law. Penetrate everything, nothing can stop it, Lu Ming murmured. He was enlightened. As Lu Ming comprehended more and more laws, he had more and more experience in comprehending the laws. His comprehension became more and more efficient. In just a few days, he had already grasped the basics of the penetration law. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully comprehended the life law. Now he had already mastered 9 types of nomological laws. What he needed to do now was to increase the maturity of his nomological laws. The laws of pill Dao, the laws of equipment Dao, the laws of penetration, and the laws of life. Now Lu Ming still had 4 types of laws that had not reached the completion of the first realm. However, he had already mastered about 90% of the alchemy and equipment Dao laws. Lu Ming focused on the 4 types of laws. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, there was thunder and lightning in the distance. Lu Ming, who was cultivating, and the people of the Gu family all opened their eyes. Someone became a monarch and underwent the monarch tribulation. Someone from the Gu family murmured, "Senior sister Mulan is about to become a divine emperor." Lu Ming revealed a smile. Mulan had received the inheritance of a peerless expert. The inheritance process had lasted for 5 years. In these 5 years, Mulan's cultivation had soared to the limit of emperor-to-be before it stopped. Mulan was just a step away from becoming a saint emperor. Now, after more than half a year of accumulation and polishing, Mulan had finally overcome the bottleneck and transcended the tribulation to become a divine emperor. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood not far away from Mulan. Mulan's entire body was covered in a layer of blood-red light, which turned into streams of attacks to resist the heavenly tribulation. It seemed that Mulan was still quite relaxed. Not long after, Mulan successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation. Boom! At this moment, a shocking change occurred within Mulan's body. It was the evolution of her saint heart. Her saint energy had turned into world energy, and a faint emperor's might emanated from her body. Half an hour later, Mulan's aura finally stabilized and she had officially entered the martial emperor realm. Congratulations, senior sister, you've proven your Dao and become an emperor. Lu Ming stepped forward and congratulated him. Mulan looked at Lu Ming, her face filled with joy. I'll believe in junior brother, you will become a saint emperor very soon. Not bad, little girl. You've become a divine emperor so quickly. It seems that you're really suitable for the cultivation path of that fellow, Shuexiao. A voice was heard, followed by a flash of light and Dandan's figure appeared. Dandan, you've also broken through? Lu Ming sized up Dandan and asked curiously. Of course, what kind of existence am one? I'll soon break through to the great emperor realm, then the heavenly emperor realm, and finally surpass the past and break into the supreme realm. Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed proudly, as if she had thought of a beautiful future, her eyes shining. This fellow. Lu Ming despised him, but he was happy for him. Dandan laughed for a while. Lu Ming, come. Let's spar. Let's see how your comprehension of the laws has been going. You're a true emperor now. If I spar with you, wouldn't I just be abused? Lu Ming pursed his lips and rejected immediately. Dandan was the world turtle, one of the top 10 war beasts. Furthermore, his memories had completely recovered, and he had mastered many types of nomological laws. Although he had just broken through to the true Emperor realm, his combat strength was definitely very shocking. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.